Hey guys, it's Chris with Drop Dice. So we are back with the old crew. We are going to do another campaign, and we're pretty excited about this one. This is a game that we've played in various stages a couple different times throughout our gaming career together. There is a new face with us, Scott, and I'll let him introduce himself a little bit later here. But we'll be playing Deathwatch, which is by Fantasy Flight Games. It's their Warhammer 40k series. The first bit here is going to be establishing who our Space Marines are and their chapter, and then we're going to go into some details on their background as a chapter and then their individual backgrounds, and then we'll kind of jump right into the game. Tom will be joining us later. We started a little bit earlier because we've got a lot of stuff to cover. So without further ado, let's just kind of reintroduce everybody, and I'll go down the line and announce you guys. Scott, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name's Scott. I'm the new guy in the group. Moved out to the same area as most of these other guys a couple years ago. Known them for a bit. What else do you want me to introduce about myself? I think.
Do you do anything online that you'd like to promote or anything like that? Like if I was doing a channel, I usually talk about my channel, kind of thing.
Okay. Well, I'm a critter. For those of you who know what that is, it's Critical Role. I'm a big fan of that.
It sounded really terrible when I heard it, since I don't know lingo.
Yeah, it's okay.
I was like, why are you announcing your furry fetish on YouTube?
Yeah, it's one of the Twitch streaming for a different channel that does a big giant D&D game. Other than that, I don't really have that much roleplay experience, so this will be interesting.
Yeah, we're starting them off right in the dark, terrible future of Warhammer 40k.
Specifically as Space Marines. It's a great start.
I mean, on the bright side, as Space Marines is probably the best way to start in 40.
My goal, unlike Murdoch here, is to actually kill things.
Oh, well, Murdoch wants to kill things.
He wants to kill things, just as a guardsman, that's all.
Yes.
All right, Jeremy.
Hey, it's Jeremy here. Everybody knows me. Everybody loves me. Don't lie. You know it's true.
Yeah. The mighty swamp ass.
Well, that's my name for friends, okay? I don't have anything to promote since I'm lazy and I don't do that. And get ready for us to do our normal shenanigans, I guess.
All right, Murdoch.
Hi, I'm Murdoch. Everybody knows me because I'm amazing. What am I going to say about myself? I wanted to play a guardsman, just basic guardsman in Deathwatch. Chris won't let me because he doesn't love characters dying constantly. And, you know, he wants a real story.
How dare he?
How dare he? He also will not let Jeremy play an orc that believes it's a Space Marine.
That is a crime against humanity.
Also, buy Guns of Icarus online.
Get it? Wait.
I had to slip it in there.
No. The best thing
When
is
Tom gets here, we'll have to let him know.
No, Tom can watch the recording for himself.
Okay. Nate.
Hi. My name is Nate. I'm the one that's never around. I don't really think there's much else to say. I don't really do anything online.
Play WoW.
So it seems like we might
Not really anymore. I think I'm going to quit.
Yes, finally.
Jeremy, you're still broadcasting in Roll20. It's freaking me out.
Am I?
It might be me, actually, so I'm disabling that because I just noticed that it was enabled.
No, it's on Grog. Hold on.
well,
Jeremy, talk again.
Or stay silent, asshole.
Yeah, that works too. No, I think I figured it out. I think we're good.
Okay.
Solving problems and shooting Xenos. Let's go.
So real quick, everybody knows who I am since this is my channel. I'm Chris. I run Drop Dice, but also I am part of A Point of Inspiration. We are currently working on a project called Subari, which is a D&D 5th edition setting similar in vein to Adventures in Middle-earth. It's a big project that kind of modifies the rules a little bit and changes kind of how the way adventures work. So they work a little bit better with the idea of 1001 Nights and Sinbad and other kind of high fantasy adventure stories that came out of that general region during the Crusades. with that said, let's kind of jump in. We're not going to do our traditional kind of jump right into RP thing. What we're going to do first is build the chapter. So there is some stuff that goes into that. For anybody who's following along or interested to follow along at home, what we're going to be using is the Deathwatch book, Rites of Battle. There's actually a whole section that talks about how to create your own chapter. We're actually going to modify the rules a little bit to accommodate a game where we don't play as Deathwatch members. We instead play as kind of more experienced soldiers within the chapter who will eventually become drafted into a special unit similar to Deathwatch, and perhaps maybe even go into Deathwatch if that's something the characters wish to pursue. I wanted to do a little bit different story that is a little bit like how some of my favorite stories within the Warhammer 40k novel universe work. And a lot of them are very chapter specific. And so I thought that would be a fun way to do this. So looking at the chapter origins section, which is kind of the first bit here, we asked the question of why was the chapter founded? Looking it over, there is one thing that that I do want to take off the list before we have discussion or random rolls, whatever the case is. Crusade. You guys are going to start in Jericho's Reach, which is kind of the default setting for Deathwatch. However, there's not really a crusade that's in place that really makes sense for you guys, unless you wanted to say that you were from a crusade from another sector of the galaxy, but now you're here. My intent was to have your home planet in Jericho's Reach, so it doesn't make sense for you to have crusade as the background, is what I'm getting at.
Is there a specific enemy that is big in Jericho's Reach?
So if you want to look for enemies, that would be the chapter founding reason is counter. Basically, you were created to stop a certain force. For Jericho's Reach, the newest threat has been Tyranids, but orcs have always been around. The Eldar are an ancient race that extended far, far beyond humans, so pretty much every world has some sort of Eldar influence. They are strange and confusing creatures. Quite possibly heretical, but maybe not. It's hard to say with Eldar. A lot of people jokingly refer to them as space elves because that's what they kind of look like.
They are space elves.
And act like they had to live long like.
The chaos forces are pretty much always present wherever humans are, and Eldar for that factor. Rebels would be people who are against the Imperium but are still like regular Imperial citizens. And then other aliens could be pretty much anything we want it to be. It could be the Eldar or Tyranids, like I've already mentioned, or if we wanted to make up a specific type of creature that is found in the Jericho's Reach, we could do that as well, and we could kind of play with that idea.
I'm thinking that to keep it open for later decisions in the thing, that strategic prognostication may be the best bet.
So basically, it would have been someone reading the Imperial Tarot cards and realizing that one day this planet and this sector of the galaxy would need to be protected. And so your chapter was founded for some crazy predestined reason. You guys may not necessarily know what your chapter was necessarily created for, but you know that the Imperial Tarot was involved. What do you guys think about knowing what you were created for versus not knowing?
I would prefer to not know.
Aware of it or just be unconscious of it?
I think I prefer to not know.
I agree. Yeah.
Sorry, I can't really pay attention because Scott is trying to get some questions answered for character stuff.
No, we're still trying to download. I got the core book I'm getting. I'm starting to get something.
But does anybody thoughts on another founding, whether counter or standing force?
Not particularly.
So go ahead.
Given as a group, our propensity to just sort of do whatever we want, regardless, I'm totally okay with completely randomizing our origins and writing whatever bullshit story we come up with to justify all of the nonsense that comes out.
that has been brought up before session 0 and session -1.
Yeah.
Which basically was randomizing some things is okay, randomizing others not smart. As we have been asked as a group to not randomize everything, and I think counting is probably not one of those things that.
I mean, if you guys want to randomize it, what we could do is we could roll a d10 and eliminate 9s and 10s, make those re-rolls, and then you could just pick which one of the 3 that I'm okay with making the most sense for story at random. That could be a way to do it.
How about we all like roll, just all of us roll, and then we choose from the numbers, the ones we roll. We all have one set we can roll from. Unless you just want to keep to the 3 thing.
So with that in mind,
one person to roll.
With that in mind,
the options here on this chart, if you're going to have somebody roll.
Yeah.
There are other charts that are bigger. We're sure that makes sense. Like the next chart, if you guys want to purely randomize that's totally fine. That doesn't really hurt.
Yeah, like the chapter founding, that's randomized, I would say. The progenitor is something we should talk about.
Yeah.
Gene stock purity, that's probably something we can roll if we wanted to roll.
Well, you guys already kind of started a discussion about gene seed purity because you're interested in flaws. So
100%
likely you're actually the bottom half of that chart. You're definitely not the pure category.
No.
As we get to each chart, we'll kind of talk about what we want to do with them as well. For now, we're mainly interested in the why was the chapter founded.
So, anybody? Bueller?
I think I would prefer counter.
I don't mind counter actually, because it'll give us something to focus on.
Mm-hmm.
As beyond just like an actual story, but it'll give us something as like a general focus. Like, okay, well, we like this. We have a story going on, but in the end, the end goal, there's still an end goal, which is because of the thing we're countering.
Yeah, and I'm okay with counter, but I feel like it may limit Chris later on in his storytelling.
That's the only problem I saw.
Not really. If you guys pick counter, essentially it just will alter what I have in my head as far as your general bad guy right now. The chart is a little bit weighted towards strategic prognostication, so I kind of figured that's where we would have ended up anyways. So I've already got like an idea of who would be your repeated villain type race, because every chapter gets harassed by at least one race a little bit more often than the others. So basically, if you guys were to choose that one, it would mean that your chapter as a whole focuses on fighting this thing. It's not just, yeah, orcs come in and we fight them occasionally. We're actually here for another purpose. Instead, our purpose is fighting orcs. We're really good at fighting orcs, or whatever the case may be.
But we will fight other things because, they're there.
Like I said,
right enforcement squad.
I think we throw it up for the vote. Strategic products. What?
No, Scott said something.
Orc right enforcement squad.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I think I caught like the back half of that.
I heard something enforcement squad.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I have to up my mic sensitivity, that's all.
All right.
I realized that I mentioned an alien that I should have described. Tyranids. Think of them like the bugs from Starship Troopers.
They're Zerg.
Yeah, they're Zerg.
100% Zerg Zerg are literally designed from Tyranids.
They're basically these weird aliens that consume planets and move on to other planets to breed and consume further. Pretty much every other alien.
Aren't the NIDs unending?
Theoretically, yes, but they come from hive ships, and hive ships have been taken down. But what usually ends up happening is once a hive has been defeated, you find out that there are more hives coming. The Tyranids are ultimately the thing that, if unchecked, will destroy everything. They're more of a natural disaster than they are like a singular target. They're not thinking.
Is it like what's the thing that's actually eating the universe as it's coming through? Is that the NIDS?
Yeah, that's the Tyranids.
I thought there was a theory that the Nids are running away from something.
There is a theory of that, but that's a fan theory.
Okay, wasn't sure.
The fan theory is that they are running away from something that is destroying them, and that's why they convert planets over to biomass and use them for breeding as they spread through the galaxy.
All right. Before we choose the founding, what was your exact choice?
Mine was strategic prognostication to give Chris a little more liberalities in his DMing. So we're not shoehorned into fighting orcs, and we're really good at fighting orcs, and then we find out that Chris has to change everything he wanted to do because he wanted us to actually fight Nids, or he wanted us to fight Eldar.
So the cool thing is like if you guys went with strategic prognostication just as a positive note in its favor, what I ultimately am shooting for in the story, basically this tells me how to guide my story process. If you choose strategic prognostication, it means that I should have everything building up to the end game of this campaign.
That's how you generally DM anyways.
You guys are here for a purpose, and that your choices will affect the universe ultimately because of something that only your chapter can accomplish, at least according to the Imperial Tarot. If you go with counter, I'm still going to do that, but I'm going to take that alien race that you pick most likely and take them to 11. So if you were to pick Tyranids, for example, the campaign will probably come to an end with you guys bringing down or attempting to bring down a hive ship, because that's where you're showing me your interest is.
Nate, you can just not talk.
I just like the idea of a counter.
Okay.
But yeah.
Jeremy?
Problem about being indecisive is that I'm indecisive.
Scott?
I like both ideas. I won't lie. Better, at least definitely better than the standing force. I don't like standing force.
Yeah, it's boring.
And Crusade, it's
We've
okay.
been told we can't do.
So
right.
Like I said, if you
personally-
crusade, it'd have to be something in your past. Like your chapter could not still be on the same crusade. It just wouldn't make a lot of sense. The problem is the sector of space where I'm placing it is a fairly new sector of space.
It wouldn't make sense for there to be Crusade yet.
So most likely, if you were founded during a crusade, it would have been a crusade that ended in discovering this new sector of space, and you got left behind as actually a standing force for the sector. Which is as kind of bland as it sounds.
It is very bland. Scott, do you have any?
I'm still reading over the different origins.
All right. So either way, we're down to two options.
From what I understand, prognostication is a little more story-oriented then?
Prognostication leaves it open. So what I can do is, as the story progresses, because you guys haven't necessarily decided on something just yet, I can introduce other bad guys and things like that. And if it turns out that you guys really latch on to the idea of fighting Chaos Marines or fighting heretics or orcs or whatever the case is, I can just augment the story to be, this is the grand scheme of the Chaos Marines or whatever the case is. It leaves it a little bit more open, especially because you guys are not, as a chapter, aware of what your Imperial Tarot is. I think from a GM standpoint, the way I would do it is there is a like inner circle. The Dark Angels have an inner circle, and their inner circle is really aware of what their purpose is as a chapter, whereas the rest of the chapter thinks that their purpose is something else. Their chapter exists to hunt down and hide the shame that they have. That's the truth of the inner circle right now.
Yeah.
Whereas the rest of the chapter thinks that they're there to hunt down heretics. And we could go for something like that where like the chapter as a whole thinks it's counter, but the inner circle knows it's prognostication.
There's something more than
And
just...
they know what the secret is. And if you guys were to achieve that high of a rank within the chapter, you would be told what the secret is, which is kind of an attractive prospect for me as a GM. I'll admit that one.
I actually like that idea.
I think that could work.
Me too.
I'm okay with prognostication.
Yeah.
So do we want prognostication to be our true purpose or counter to be our true purpose?
Prognostication from me.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
I like prog as a true purpose, and then like fucking counter. Sorry, language. Like counter like Tyranids or something.
About that.
Okay,
We're adults, man.
This is an adult channel. Adult things get said occasionally.
Sweet. I don't worry about it.
We're going to describe
Cockballs, motherfucker.
ragdolling across battlefields and shrapneling, so I'm sure we're okay.
Sweet.
Okay, so counter for the unofficial purpose of the chapter. I like chaos because chaos can be Marines and it can be heretics. It's interesting because it's an intelligent enemy. Orcs are interesting because they're an incredibly violent problem to deal with, and they breed very quickly. And they're kind of like they have a lot of ingenuity. Rebels, I think, is probably the least interesting option, just because it's a weird spot for Space Marines to be in. I think a Rebel story works really well for Dark Heresy or Only War, but sending Space Marines in to deal with a bunch of workers that don't want to work in a Mars pattern factory,
Space Marines would
seems a
not
little
do
overkill.
that.
Yeah. As far as the other aliens, depending on what alien you pick, it kind of depends on which one's a bigger threat. The other option that we could go with is the Tau, which are another super strange kind of out there race. They're basically, as far as their image, they kind of look like blue-skinned humanoids. Think of like grayscale.
And they ride mechas.
They are space communists, but they also use slavery, which makes them kind of weird and interesting in a communist sense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, everybody works because their slaves work.
I mean, all people are treated equal. Some of them just aren't people.
Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty much how the Tau look at it.
That's
That's great.
They're also masters of stealth and snipering, which is something to note because that will give you an idea of some of the terrible challenges you might be facing.
I personally like the idea of our counter being Tyranids because I actually really like that it's like a force of nature enemy and not like an intelligent enemy. An intelligent enemy you can outthink. You can't really outthink a hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
Well, fuck you, man. Thing has no brain. I already won.
Or a firestorm made out of alien sword bugs.
From my opinion, I think that having it be a counter to NIDS makes it combat of the wiki, specifically because they're just NIDS. You just go and exterminate them. You come back later on. I mean, it's a hurricane.
It does become.
It doesn't counter your actions.
It does become combat of the week, and I know we were kind of looking to avoid that, so I will warn you about Tyranids about that. I mean, ultimately, I can do things like say that they're puppets of another faction, which happens inside the books. Like, let's say that, like, the Necrons, for example, which is basically space Egyptian pharaohs. It's kind of the best way to describe them.
Undead robot space Egyptian pharaohs.
Yeah. That are basically using a weird contraption that nobody understands to manipulate the Tyranid forces. But
Stargate.
Which is kind of cool, but I would suggest in that case you guys have favorite enemy against Necrons. That just it would be a more compelling setup. Because once you figured out that Necrons were controlling the Tyranids, you'd be like, fuck those Necrons, destroy that item, and then go back to fighting Tyranids. Necrons are also intelligent forces that plot and plan, so that's another kind of an interesting option. I like the things that think, as far as bad guys are concerned.
I was gonna say, go ahead.
I like the idea of the Tau simply because they're the epitome of a counter to the Imperium of Man. The Tau are the Imperium of Man is out there in your face. We're fucking Space Marines. They're the subtlety, the sniperishness of the Tau Empire, plus the Tau willingly take humans that come to their side.
Mm-hmm.
It's for example, one week we may be fighting against humans that are part of the Tau. The next week we may fight against Eldar that join the Tau.
Right.
The Tau will push the Nids towards the humans. They'll push the orcs towards the humans. And that's kind of what I would go with is Tau simply.
We get a better variety of things because of
not just that, but they're
as far as like seeing a variety of stuff and intelligently using the other assets available to them, like Tyranids, for example. Tau and Chaos are going to be your best choices for like a variety type feel.
Honestly, I'd like to go for Tau, but my reason is because in general, and most times I've ever played Dark Heresy, it's always been, Chaos and in the warp and all that shit.
And that's why I don't want to go towards
something
Chaos.
Different.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never played against Tau. Simple as that.
I like
I'm
Nids.
cool with it too.
Huh? What'd you say, Nate?
No, I'm cool with it too. I feel like between the two of them, a Tau game versus a Tau would be a more intriguey, and versus Chaos becomes kind of a horror game. If you really want to run with it, which ultimately I'd be okay with either option, but it sounds like the group as a whole is more interested in the Tau part of it.
Yeah.
I'd prefer to see the
totally
Tau
supportive.
because it gives you the Nids.
That's true.
A 2-for-1 deal.
Chaos is foolish enough to tempt the Nids into a planet, but they won't be anywhere near them, and they won't push them like the Tau will. The other thing that's interesting about that choice is there are a few successor chapters that are specifically for the Tau, but it's not a very common choice. So it's interesting in the fact that your chapter would be known because you guys are one of the few chapters that deal with the Tau.
As a specialized thing, yeah. Mm-hmm. Even if that's not our...
That would be your public face. Like, people would see you as the Space Marines you send in when some Tau shit is going on. Okay. The next one is, when was the chapter founded? This is the one that I was saying that we can roll on. It doesn't make a huge difference as far as,
Nate,
a
roll.
Conversation piece. This is a D100 for this one.
43.
43. That
37th millennium.
37th millennium, soon after the culmination of the Reign of Blood. So I'm going to keep all those details inside the little chapter section that we've got here inside Roll20. That way I can look up the Reign of Blood, because that's a period that I'm not super familiar with.
You actually have a chapter info thing?
Yes.
Oh, but you didn't actually
I'm filling it in right now. I'm saving stuff.
Oh, okay, cool.
Give me just one moment.
Yeah.
Are we using Roll20 for dice, or are we rolling in real?
Chris is okay either way, but the dice. But I think he said the Roll20 character sheet has the ability to roll dice within it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. I just wanted to make sure that I could bring out my dice first.
Oh yeah, I mean, I brought out my dice because I love rolling real dice.
Same.
But I mean, I know Murdoch will use the Roll20 dice. I'll use the Roll20 dice when they use it a lot, or when it's in a big thing that
you don't want to do math on.
Well, either a big thing or when there's an important thing that, it's an important roll.
Yeah.
Usually bigger ones, but there's, lucky enough, you don't generally go above, you don't generally go above 5 dice at max. You have to really stack yourself to do multiple dice.
This is the best live show ever.
What is that noise?
What noise?
There's like a
It's a
feedback.
yeah, it's a some.
Everybody
Okay,
mute one
Murdoch.
by one. I'll mute
Okay.
first.
It's you, Murdoch.
Yeah.
Yeah, Murdoch, it's all you.
It's me.
Might be your fan or something.
You're
My fan's not on.
Oh, well, the sun's attacking then. It's, I don't know. Kill it.
Just use fire.
Oh, I mean, this is the grim dark of the 41st millennium.
Test.
You
Good
have
so
field
far.
the test.
Is it still giving that weird feedback?
No.
Okay.
You have failed the test.
Murdoch.
Yes.
Brennan says that he went to Five Guys without you.
What time is he working today?
What time you start? What time are you working?
I need to leave the house at like a little before 7:30.
Just gotta leave a little before 7:30.
Wait a minute. He didn't go to Five Guys. He went to Mr. Max.
He went to both.
You're
He got
dick.
a shake from
Genius.
Get a burger from Five Guys, get Mr. Max and put the
Tell him
Mr.
he's a
Max
dick.
on the
I was
burger.
literally right down the street and he couldn't stop for 5 gizzles.
You saw that grin? You saw that shit-eating grin? Look at that. Look at that shit-eating grin.
He knows what he did.
No one loves you. You're adopted.
It's true.
And Chris is back.
All right, so apologize. Hopefully that doesn't happen too much more tonight, because it's getting closer to 7 my time, which means that my new guy will be done.
Hopefully, things will work out.
So he's doing well. He's just a little nervous. That's all, which happens.
I mean, it sounds
So-
better than everybody else just asking random stuff for no reason.
Coward.
So 37th millennium, after the culmination of the Blood Rain. Did anybody look that up while I was muted and stuff?
I didn't even know what number you rolled.
We weren't sure what to.
No.
Yeah. Can you repeat it so I can get to the right page?
Yeah, it is. He rolled a 43, which is the Rain of Blood.
Is that still in the rights book?
Well, sort of. I'm using Google to find the Rain of Blood.
The rights book is not. The rights book is not going to tell you completely everything.
Yeah.
It's just going to tell you that it happened to this point, and it's going to rely on you either using Google or finding the answer.
The Reign of Blood was the name of a brutal period of imperial history that occurred in the early centuries of the 36th millennium, when the power-hungry tyrant, the renegade High Lord of Terra, Gojvander, I can't pronounce the name.
Van Dyer.
Van Dyer, probably. Gained direct control over the Adeptus Ministorum, as well as the Adeptus Administratum, by usurping the position of ecclesiarch.
Holy shit.
This made him the single most powerful individual in the Imperium since the time of the Great Crusade, and this allowed him to place his own rule above that of the Emperor of Mankind. While Van Dyer ruled, he carried out massive purges of the ecclesiarchy and the rest of the Adeptus Terra, as well as a campaign targeted killings and assassinations of countless perceived traitors, heretics, and conspirators against his rule. Fortunately, his brutal reign came to an end with the coming of the preacher Sebastian Thor in his reborn Confederation of Light, a sect of the Imperial cult based on the previous Confederation of Light's banned teachings that sought to end Goj Van Dyer's corruption of Imperial theology. High Lord Van Dyer was in power for almost a standard century before finally being overthrown in the midst of a Terran crusade and slain by his own bodyguards, the daughters of the Emperor, who later became the Sisters of Battle. The end of the Reign of Blood resulted in a major reformation of the ecclesiarchy, the creation of the Imperial Inquisition's Ordo Hereticus to police those enemies of the Imperium who lay within its own structures, and creation of the Adepta Sororitas, the Battle Sisters, to serve as both the ecclesiarchy's new military force and the chamber militant of the Ordo Hereticus. So yeah,
Right.
pretty much,
Somewhere between the Paris Reign of Blood and the Inquisition. All right, cool.
yeah. that
It can't be that early.
I
by the way.
understood that reference.
That pretty much shaped all of the 41st millennium.
Yeah, that's huge. That
Cannot-
was a restructuring of the church.
Why
It
not?
cannot be that early.
Why not, Murdoch?
I posted it in the hangout here, but essentially, the Tau aren't that old.
37th millennium, so they were discovered in the
After.
35th.
That's only 2,000 years.
What
Yeah.
have humans done in 2,000 years? It says specifically the Tau have developed very rapidly.
I'm aware,
We noticed them early on.
but they've only done
That's a
They're
fair
only-
argument.
they're doing their third expansion in the 42nd millennium. Like,
Yeah,
so are you telling me they plateaued that quickly?
that's a fair argument. Their discovery in the 35th would have meant that they were space aged at that point, right? Let me see. Tower.
No, they were Stone Age in the 35th.
Stone Age. Okay,
5,000
Okay.
years later, they're mechas.
that's true. Yeah, I would suggest after 35th millennium. Having you guys discover them 2 millennium early is a pretty big,
No, we're 37th millennium.
like
2 million after.
oh. Hmm. That's
It's
possible.
early. It's still pretty early for them, but
Yeah.
our chapter could have gotten created.
The way that I
seeing
think
them
of
as
it,
a future threat.
so imperial precognization is how you guys why you were founded in truth. It's 2,000 years after the discovery of the Tau. Imperial Tarot has been pulled, and the Imperial Tarot says, you guys need to watch out for these Tau creatures in Jericho's Reach. That one day this will be a problem. And that's what the inner circle, like the highest level of the inner circle, knows.
Which is why we were
So-
designed essentially from the start.
To some degree, there's an extent of, yes, your chapter does fight the Tau, but maybe your Imperial Tarot is actually involved with the Tau in some degree. Or it could be that the Tau will lead to something even greater and more evil that you guys actually are protecting against. So the rest of the chapter is just protecting against the Tau.
I think it could work personally. And yes, Murdoch, I agree. It's a slight stretch, but it can work.
If you guys want something that's a little bit closer, when was the Tau's first push? Does it say on there?
I'm looking for it.
How the heck do you spell Tau? T-A-U?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm on the Warhammer 40k wiki.
Yep.
Their first encounter, the Damocles Gulf Crusade, was the first military conflict fought between the Imperium of Man and the rapidly expanding Tau Empire of the galaxy's eastern fringes in 742 and 745 in the 41st millennium.
Okay, so then they would be really new. as far as a threat is concerned.
You mean if we'd
which is what I was trying to like. I'm not trying to be a jerk.
Oh, I thought they would have expanded a little bit faster than that.
Honest, let's go, buddy. Come on.
Let me take a look here.
Yeah, that would mean that we would be trying to stop a war before it started.
I mean,
We could be the reason.
because an Imperial Tarot was used, it's entirely possible. But
Wouldn't we have tried to crush, if it was that early, wouldn't we have tried to crush them before they became stronger?
yeah, that most likely would be the case, is what I'm getting at.
And the fact that
But that means we failed
Exactly.
miserably.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, duh. We've got you, an incredibly weak character. Of course, we're gonna fail.
So another period that's interesting is half the 39th millennium, half a millennia after the defeat of the Apostle of the Blind King. The Blind King was a tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus that viewed humanity as an affront to the Omnissiah and basically waged a war against humanity as a whole. That would be an appropriate time to be founded. 40th millennium would be an appropriate time as well, as far as not being so stretched back. Because I see Murdoch's point is if you're basically 4,000 years before their invasion, you guys should have snuffed them out earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Even if we had a shitty guardsman.
Even if we had a shitty guardsman.
So the war that the Blind King committed eventually eventually caused the formation of the Dark Hunters chapter and a new warpsmith to be let's see, to employ demon engines and corrupt the warlord Titan Repelius Maximal.
That sounds
That's
like a
cool.
great idea.
Ooh, holy shit.
That's great, engines.
It was also a time where lost artifacts from the Dark Age of technology were found in plethora.
I mean, that could be a cool thing for us, just mechanically.
This was effectively the time when the universe found medium-sized tracked vehicles with turret mount systems.
That sounds pretty cool.
So basically, it's when the Imperium found tanks again.
What we could do. This is a thought. Didn't the next generation just come down? The new thing. We're in the 42nd millennium now, officially.
Yes, as far as like the official canon story arc, yes. 42nd millennium is the current millennium inside the tabletop. The books, however, have only been written for the 41st millennium.
We could, in theory, start in the 42nd millennium, be the first founding of the 42nd millennium.
I'd be okay with that.
Just a super fucking new, brand new chapter.
We were a chapter
would probably
created by
literally
strategic prognostication because
you guys would literally be like 1,000 troops strong, like the bare minimum to create a new chapter.
Honestly, I think that
your lives would matter.
Honestly, I think that could work.
There's a lot you can do with that.
Yeah,
a lot of artistic
yeah,
capability with that.
A lot of RP value based upon the fact that we can't just go out in droves and fight. We actually have to fight a lot more strategically because we're so low in number in the first place.
Yeah.
We're ordered not to die or something like that.
Then we see an orc ship coming and we're like, oh, fuck.
Yeah,
like one of the things that would be really important for you is if you guys had a medic with you, retrieving the gene seeds if you guys fall on the battlefield, or bringing your dead battle brother's carcass to have his gene seed pulled, because it's actually important to you.
I think it will offer a lot of great RP to be the first founding of the 42nd millennium.
Also,
Okay.
that would be pretty cool mixed with the fact that with the Tau, with the Tau being by this time a lot stronger because there has been
Yeah,
no
this would be their
there's
third
been-
push, so they'd be considered an actual threat at this
Yeah,
point. For the
there's
Japanese
no
Empire.
mixed fact that there's no Marines set up to really truly fight the Tau. We would be literally created for the sake of fighting the Tau because they have now become.
That makes a lot of sense.
I like it. It works.
Trailblazing potential.
And we literally make with this, Chris. We have literally all of Warhammer 40k to look on for history. We're not skipping out on anything.
Absolutely, and I really like the idea of you guys being. They use the term "a new generation" inside here for really like the second generation gap, where there's like a big difference between, for example, like the Blood Angels and the Blood Ravens. But you guys would be a spiritual next generation of what Space Marines are.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool.
It's
So I'm
actually
putting
kinda
down as I like the tagline of you guys being the first chapter founded in the 42nd millennium. So I'm going to keep that as like that's a fact of our game.
Okay, we're gonna go with that then.
Because
I like that as an ability. It's something that because
I like it because it's got RP weight to it. So
Yeah.
if you guys meet other chapters, like let's say I introduce a new chapter called like the Dark Feathers or some nonsense like that, you guys are the first chapter of this new breed that's coming out. And so it gives you a certain level of station, which is kind of cool.
Chris.
Yeah.
The tabletop recently introduced a unit called the Primaris Marines. Are you familiar with it?
Yes, I am. There's not a way to mechanically play one. However, I'm okay with your chapter founder being one.
Yeah, I was going to say, because if we were them, we would be overpowered by Deathwatch standards because they're super strong. But no, I think it was a point worth bringing up for story's sake.
So they're Marines to Marines.
Yeah, they're even bigger.
So as far as the tabletop goes, they hit on one higher and they have.
You cut out.
cut out.
Then Nate.
The unit is a little bit more expensive. It hits more often, and it hits harder. Is how it typically is done in the tabletop.
Yeah, they hit
also
on one higher, and they have actually the biggest thing.
A bigger unit. It's about the size of like a Devastator. It's a little shy of a Devastator, which is like the big like armored mecha suits that house the corpses of fallen battle brothers.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that actually is a good idea for a progenitor because that would make.
Well, it wouldn't be a progenitor.
You know what I mean.
It would be your chapter's current leader would probably be those.
Chris, you're thinking.
Go ahead.
You're thinking of dreadnoughts.
Yes, dreadnoughts. That's what I'm thinking of, not Terminators.
The biggest thing that
they are Terminators, but they're.
I mean, if we're the new humanity, we could all be Primus, but we're again really young. We haven't. Huh?
That's possible.
Grown into it yet?
Yeah, we haven't grown into that yet.
The only thing with the Primus is from a war game sense, they're more expensive units, which means that they're rarer in a chapter.
But so we are a special unit.
That actually would make sense if literally there was like a couple kill teams that were just Primaris Space Marines.
But since we're doing a entire chapter,
your chapter would not be, but there would be like your team plus maybe two more teams that are Primaris.
We could. I mean, one of the things of our chapter could be that we're going to be a chapter that has more Primaris Space Marines because we're the second of a new generation of spiritual successors. They need better.
I think it makes a lot of sense because think about American history, the Great White Fleet. When we wanted to assert dominance, what did we do? We built a shit ton of ships, painted them all white, and sailed them around the fucking world to be like, we are America. The Imperium's going to do something similar. They're going to found a chapter and be like, you guys get a bunch of Primaris Space Marines. Enjoy. It makes a lot of sense.
I don't like that we would be Primaris because then I would just feel like there's nothing to strive for anymore.
Well,
Like I would like Primaris to be a story element. It's like something like our leadership of the chapter for us to look up to.
So
Exactly, yeah.
The only issue is, Nate, you can't become Primaris. You have to be born Primaris, or at least
No, I know.
as Primaris.
I know, but like starting
think-
out like that, I don't want to have that leg up like in the game already.
I
I
mean,
would
but
rather they be like an icon for us as players and as characters to look up to and to strive to their greatness.
and I get that, but the Primarises are all new. So where we might be, I mean, think about it. It's a new unit to the 42nd millennium. They haven't actually achieved anything yet. We could be those battle brothers that achieve that stuff.
Yeah, because we're starting literally at the very cusp of the 42nd millennium. So you would be some of the first Primaris. People don't really know exactly what they're capable of. And some of the older Marines may think these guys are too strong. They might succumb like Horus did. Their gene scenes are much stronger as well. So
Also, to be fair, Nate, it would I'm just saying it would make sense in the fact that since we're player characters, we naturally get a lot of bonuses that NPCs don't get.
Also, the amount of experience we get over time.
Yeah.
the mechanical difference that I will give you guys is if you're Primaris, originally because you were going to be from the same chapter, I wasn't going to give you Deathwatch training. I would give you essentially Deathwatch training, but your focus would be on Tau instead of aliens, generically. And that's mainly what Deathwatch training does. Is it gives you a focus enemy. It allows you to not have to re-roll Righteous Furies, which is basically criticals in this game. So when you roll a critical, you just roll into your critical, which would make you seem more powerful than the standard Marine, but not super crazy powerful.
Yeah.
That sounds like that's how people want to go. I'm not opposed to it. That was just how I felt about it.
No, and that's good. Voice your opinion. It's the entire point, Nate.
I mean, your opinion is wrong, but we respect it.
Noted.
I'm just being funny, Nate.
No, I'm eating food. I'm
Nate
a little
knows.
distracted.
Nate understands. Nate understands.
I get it.
Nate's placated by his food, though.
Yeah, I'm placated, but yes.
But no, seriously. I mean, honestly, just think of it like they don't seem like this is actually the first I've heard of Primaris Space Marines. So this is from the pure point of view of someone who's just been introduced. They only seem like a slight step up, not like a extreme difference between the original between normal Space Marine and something else, right?
Yeah.
They're just like Space Marine Plus. They're not just like they're not like
They're
2.0. They're
basically-
just a plus.
They are basically Space Marine Press. I mean,
No, they're only slightly
physically.
better. So it's all it would be doing would be adding RP value to the fact that we are player characters who naturally get stronger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's
Mechanically, that's
that's
how I
fine.
would suit it.
totally cool with me. If we, like Murdoch said, if we want to be like the first, or one of the first
Yeah.
jets of Primaris that are actually, we are out to prove what we can do
Yes.
in the face of adversity and all that stuff.
The other thing that's interesting is
Prove wrong
because
of the
you guys
naysayers.
are-
Like, I'm cool with that being the story thing.
Yeah,
The
we
other
could
thing
be
that's kinda
that way
interesting
because of
is-
natural selection, no problem.
The other thing that's kind of interesting is because of your guys' actual physical size, like you guys can't use rhinos. Like they have to develop a rhino to fit you.
We are rhinos.
Stuff like that.
We
Um,
are rhinos.
So,
Yeah, so
so you
for the
would
record-
have an interesting point that, like, while you could technically requisition certain things, they're gonna be like, "Yeah, we don't have one that fits you."
Just give me 2 rhinos and we'll ride them like that.
We'll ride on top of them.
Put
No, so,
give you guys
yeah,
some, like,
Primaris
water
Marines
skis
are-
and scoot along behind them.
Primaris Marines are literally head and shoulders above regular Marines, physically speaking.
Yeah.
A regular
A
marine,
regular Marine is like 9 feet tall. Or
if I remember right, they're 7 meters, and a Primaris is like 10 meters.
feet.
Yes, sorry, feet, not meters. Oh,
Like
that's
they're
why.
22 feet tall. Yeah, 7
I'm
9
okay
feet
with
tall, depending on chapter. Primaris are like 3 feet, 2 feet taller than
They
that.
also have a different set of armor, which is technically better. I'm going to start you guys with the appropriate Deathwatch armor, and then that armor is being made for you guys and developed.
Yeah.
And eventually, that's something that I'm going to reward to you as.
I like that. Is that basically they need to test our capabilities to see what kind of armor we'll need.
Yeah. My
That's
idea
what we're
is
investing
at
in.
the very cusp of the 42nd millennium, you guys are basically the trial run. you and the other 2 kill squads in your chapter.
Okay.
Because we're the first, pretty much, the first chapter designed around Primaris being a big part of it, not just being tacked on.
Exactly. And they have some cool they have some cool squad names, which I'm just now seeing.
Hellblasters. I like that.
Hellblasters are nasty.
What
in the
page is
tabletop.
the name?
This stuff is not in the book at all.
Okay.
No,
Google.
this is current story. Sometimes when we play established settings, we look at the stuff that's not necessarily in the book,
Sure.
and we modify. That's basically what we're doing right now.
So I'll explain it. I just want to quickly explain this to Scott, just so he understands. The book is designed with the 41st millennium, because that's when this was, according to the current lore at the time. It was created around the 41st. It was lore for the 41st millennium. The lore in the tabletop game, which this is based upon, has increased to the 42nd millennium.
Yeah, we're trailblazing. I know.
So we are using.
Kind of did the same thing for Legend of the Five Rings, actually. The books were written to a certain period, and we went about 5 years in the future the first time, and then 10 years in the future after that.
Okay.
I mean, it creates a nice. We have all the history without screwing with it.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, as a GM, the way I look at things is we have, from where our characters are created, everything back is history, but everything forward we can modify and change, and it's our story at that point.
Yeah.
So while somebody who watches this later may be super excited about us visiting a certain really important fight for Warhammer 40k history, it may not go 100% the way you did.
You know what? I'm sorry, any future people who watch this and realize that we're playing. Yeah.
Hello, me from the future.
All right, so
We're sorry we disappointed you.
All right,
Don't drink that can of Coke.
we can finally move past the first thing in chapter creation.
I put down we are 42nd millennium, first founding Primaris Space Marines. The next bit is to choose our progenitor. This, I think, should be a discussion because it does kind of regulate your history's founding, who
I have a phone call.
would be considered your cousins almost. Some chapters, like the Ultramarines, spew off sub-chapters left and right. And then there are other chapters like the Salamanders that it's incredibly rare. Does anybody have a particular opinion on any chapter or specific chapter that makes a lot of sense for you guys? I would say from what we've kind of done, the Blood Angels, or not Blood Angels, the Dark Angels, have a similar setup to us, and that would be a natural progression for you guys. However, it's kind of more what you guys choose to do.
Should be the World Eaters.
What's going on?
They may or may not be heretical, so we're not going to address that right now.
They totally are.
Maybe.
What are we doing?
They're Angrons. They fell with Horus, and they're
They
still
did.
around. They're still around, fucking shit up.
They did, but there's enough questionable material that the World Eaters may not be heretical. At least not to the extent of some of the other chapters.
Oh wow,
They'd
she's
be
getting
loyal in a
huge.
heretical way.
She really popped, huh?
Baby coming.
Yes.
Good for her. Congratulations.
How long until she's
End of the month.
End of the month, yeah.
Wow.
They saw you walk by and they didn't realize how big you've gotten. I was like, yeah, she's due in like 2 weeks. No
She's
big deal.
glowing, man. She looks beautiful. Are we talking about our progenitor chapter?
Yes, progenitor chapter. I said that the Dark Angels, from structural sense, makes the most sense. However, that you can take that with a grain of salt.
Salamanders.
I say we roll it.
You know what? Yeah, I said no.
I know you guys were not interested in Ultramarines, so what I would do is if you roll like a 1 to 50 and just ignore Ultramarines.
I think we should all roll it and just go with the majority choice. This is probably gonna be Ultramarines.
I got a 13.
I got salamanders. I actually rolled 100. That's gonna be my only good.
I
roll
rolled
for a
and
long time.
rolled 20 so we can see it.
Murdoch, right there.
That's it.
I got an Ultramarine, but I'm supposed to ignore that?
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
I'll redo it.
I don't know what a
Oh,
46 is.
46 is ultra.
Oh, fuck that.
Anything 1 to 50 is ultra, Nate.
I got Blood Angel.
So
Blech.
then just reroll.
Yeah.
Reroll Blood Angel as well.
I'm just adding 50
I
for a
can't do that one.
96.
Yeah, under 50, that makes sense.
All right. So I got.
That would be Imperial Fist.
I still say salamanders because that's what I rolled.
So what does a 96 get us?
96 would
56
be
is Iron Hands.
Iron Hands.
Oh, I'm okay with that.
Are we each having a different progenitor?
No.
No.
Okay.
No, we're choosing our chapters thing.
Yeah, we're doing this because we're trying to figure out, and I still say salamanders because I'm the one who got the goddamn lucky roll.
Yeah.
So it looks like everybody got Ultramarines except for there was a 56 in there.
No, I literally got
You
salamanders.
got a salamander. right
We
off
all
the bat.
got. Yeah, he got salamanders. The rest of us got ultramarines. But we re-rolled some stuff to get some stuff, and I'm actually reading Iron Hands. I kind of like it.
Yeah, I like the Iron Hands.
I've got
Iron
Imperial
Hands are pretty
Fist.
cool.
I gotta read that Iron Hand.
One of the originals.
Really, I like pretty much every chapter but Ultramarines, so I don't have a lot of say on this one. It kind of depends on which one you want to go for. The White Scars are a little weird. I will say that, if anybody got that result. The White Scars are pretty much if Genghis Khan had a shit ton of Space Marines, that would be the White Scars. The White Scars.
I think we should go for the Iron Fists.
I like
one
it. So
that we rolled.
the
Iron Fists or Iron Hands?
Iron Hands.
Iron
Chris,
Hands.
no, I have something for you, Murdoch, for why you might like salamanders.
No.
No, listen, just listen. Salamanders as a chapter are unusually concerned with civilian casualties. Compared to most other Space Marines, and believe that one of their most important duties is to protect the lives of emperors of mankind's innocent subjects wherever possible. A reason to try to keep your little shithead alive.
That is
Well,
true.
fuck.
So that's a reason for salamanders. For the Iron
My
Hands,
God.
although unwavering in their faith and the Emperor and his dream of humanity united as an embodied blah blah blah, they also believe that the human flesh is weak and easily corruptible and strive to replace their organic bodies with more pure bionic substitutes.
They're more of a tech-based.
Yes, they are tech-based.
Borrowing
Now,
a lot of
as
technology from the
successors-
Deus Mechanicus.
As successor chapters, you guys could be less tech-based, or you could keep that aspect of it.
And then this bit, which basically makes them lawful fighting.
I'm reading the salamander stuff now. I don't like
thanks
their
for posting
name,
that.
but like,
They're
Well,
actually they're a cool chapter.
Yes,
yeah.
When
They-
we create a chapter,
Just
you
on
guys
it.
are going to name your chapter, so the name
Yeah.
you're not keeping.
Like they're on a volcanic death world as their home
Yes.
world. They're fucking
They're-
metal, dude.
No,
Yeah, they're probably the most metal group out of all of them, and
their Primarch is the best name. His name is
They're,
Primarch Vulcan.
Yeah.
they also have like speeder bikes are like their thing. They all fucking ride them.
Yep, they're bikers. And even
Can we be like a
They're
swoop
space
trooper?
bikers from a
squad?
death. They're pretty fucking metal.
to support the whole metalhead theme too, they're also like really nice guys.
Also, their successor chapters are Black Dragons and Suspected Storm Giants. Just look at the other names, okay? And they're one of the original founding chapters.
Yes.
They're our first founding, yeah. So are the Iron. Like honestly, I could go with either one. I like the Iron Hands because they're like technology based, and I think that's fucking cool. But we all know how I feel about that.
Nate, I'm with you on that, but that's not the point. The
But
point is
I think the
salamanders.
The
Because
salamanders are
you
also
can always
cool.
be a tech marine for the salamanders.
Yeah,
No, I could do that.
Nate.
What do
look
we
at-
do? Space Marine for the salamanders? What?
Hold on, Nate. You're gonna be a tech marine for the salamanders. This is happening now.
Nate, if you could be in
Nate,
the
you wanna be a tech marine?
Would you be?
Yeah.
Nice.
That was my suggestion. Yes.
I'm okay with it. I will leave it up to the party. My vote is for the Iron Hands because I really fucking like the chapter.
But Nate,
If everyone wants to go salamanders again,
right there. There's your character for the Salamander Tech Marine.
Is it a Tech Marine on fire?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough.
Are you okay with that, Chris? Because that sounds pretty fucking cool.
like it.
I mean, it would be more Space Marine-y, but yeah, pretty much.
Add power armor, and then yes.
Just saying, Nate. Just saying.
You're mixing fire with Fallout with the rest of it.
I think Murdoch will agree with me when he gets to get back to his chair.
Sorry, Steph saw some ducks in a bad situation on the way home, and now she's crying.
That's fair. And I'm glad you said bad situation instead of describing it, where my pregnant wife will hear and cry.
What's that? That the ducks were going to get run over on the highway?
Yeah, don't say that.
Mm-hmm.
She's got a police scanner on right now, so she can hear that they go get the ducks.
Wait,
Nice.
what? Okay.
Steph is a little bit ridiculous sometimes.
So what is the choice? Are we going salamanders or?
I think people are leaning salamanders.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm leaning salamanders now. I like the Iron Fist.
To be
He
fair,
wants
Nate, I
to
actually
justify his guardsmen.
no, Nate. To
I
be fair,
really
I
like
actually
the
really
Iron
like the Iron Fist
Fist.
also.
Fist.
I like the idea of the salamanders.
In
Plus-
fairness,
It
I
gives
will
me a
say-
reason to run a guardsman.
like I said, yeah. No, in fairness, I think the salamanders offer more personality, which is going
Plus-
to in turn offer more compelling storylines.
Plus, it would make a lot more sense for the salamanders to have a successor chapter based upon the Primaris compared to the Iron Hand, which would go for more of a tech based. That's not the Primaris.
The as a side note, if you want to read some good books, the Salamander series from Warhammer 40k, I forget who the author is actually really good.
I've heard good things as well.
So let me put that down. We are going with salamanders.
And their Primarch is just missing.
I mean,
Love
most
it.
of them are.
No, he just left.
Like he pieced out to go. Yeah, a lot of them pieced out to go do stuff and just never came back.
No, he just said, when you find all 9 artifacts, I'll come back.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. He's fucking weird. Fucking Vulcan.
All right, perfect. Let's see here. Our gene stock purity. So we talked a little bit before everything started that we were looking at some of the flaws in the gene seed. So gene seed deficiencies, you don't have to be using the chart here for gene seed stock purity to roll on the chart that allows you to get deficiencies. If we wanted to, we could say that you're, for example, next generation, which doesn't include anything about any sort of deficiencies, and then still roll on the deficiency chart if you guys want. So, I mean, this chart here could be a discussion or it could be random. It's your choice.
So I will put this out there. I wanted our chapter to be doomed.
We kind of went away from that, Murdoch.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What was that, Murdoch?
Our chapter be doomed.
Again, Murdoch, we kind of went away from Doom.
Well, we're the first ones. There could be something wrong with our
Gene seed.
progenoid zygotes.
Okay.
Progenoid zygotes.
Zygotes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see.
Sorry, I'm sick, so.
It's okay, man.
Like they're, the apothecaries need to find a cure for our chapter to continue.
So the interesting part about Doomed is we could target you as Primaris Space Marine specifically and say that because you're the first ones, there's a defect that they haven't quite worked out. And then if it doesn't get cured, you may be the last generation of Primaris.
on our specific chapter.
At least for your specific chapter, yes.
It would
Thoughts,
give us.
Nate?
It would give us reason to do do things. True.
Or here's a crazier idea. Imperial
like it.
Tarot says that eventually a entire chapter of Primaris Marines is needed. So they purposely doomed everyone who wasn't Primaris.
I like
So-
it.
I love it.
I'm
And
sold.
only
Yes.
the upper echelon knows the secret of that.
Genius.
That the entire chapter was made to fall apart as Primaris Marines replaced them.
I like it.
That's a really big FU when it comes to the characters finding out. Like, because you guys have served with some of these regular Space Marines, and to find out that they were purposely designed to fall apart is going to be a crazy revelation.
Yeah, I like it. And especially because we were built to fight the Tau, who's the greater good.
Right.
Like, they're all about everybody, and here we are going, we
Destroying
even want
ourselves.
to protect the little man because we're salamanders. The little man is important, and then to find out that our whole fucking chapter, besides our Primarises, are doomed by the Imperial. That's going to be a big fuck you in the story.
Yeah,
I really like it.
That's a really big twist. And you guys are all experienced players with the exception of Scott. This would be out of character knowledge. And
Yeah,
it's
yeah, I get that. Yeah,
So, like, as the story gets progressed along and then the truth comes out, like, that should be a big moment for all the characters.
Yeah.
I like that. I like
acting
Doomed being in there.
I like it. It's genius.
For that
Nate?
reason,
I approve.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I think he whispered, "I approve."
He
Oh,
did
I
with his
fucking
evil
love it.
emperor voice.
So for that reason, on Gene Seed Purity, I think we should go with either Altered Stock or Flawed.
Altered stock because we were.
gives deficiencies
Yeah, altered stock because
as
our
part
stock
of the
was
design,
altered.
essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think altered stock is the way to go here.
Okay, so let me eliminate all the stuff I had that was not altered stock on here, because some of these charts I pretty much copied and pasted inside here to make this easier.
When you say pretty much, do you mean you just copied and pasted?
Yes, that is exactly what I mean. I didn't do all of the charts, however, because some of them are just easier. All right. So
Sorry about that.
I am going to, well, I think we're all going to remember Doomed because that's a really interesting story twist.
Yeah.
The next thing is to talk about Codex Demeanors. Looking at altered stock, let's see here. Characters drawn from this chapter follow the normal rules for the progenitor, but must roll on the gene seed deficiencies. So that basically means you guys will
Take the salamander demeanor.
basically be the same statistic value as a salamander, which means that your demeanor would be the same. I'm okay with changing it if you guys want. Let me find where salamanders are.
What is their what is their demeanor? Because that, I mean, to be fair, we might actually like their
Exactly.
Might already have one. Yeah.
I think they're in the first founding book. Let me pull it up here. Honor the chapter, first founding book, honor the chapter salamanders. Here we go.
I'm surprised there's not just like a small little list here of the basic ones.
And here we go.
Oh shit! Salamanders have a 90% chance of gene seed mutation.
That works out really well.
Yes, they do. That's part of the reason why all the salamanders are dark skinned too.
We're black.
Yep.
It's the Promethean cult.
It's literally black.
Yep.
What's black?
Promethean cult
Salamander skin.
demeanor. Unique to Space Marines from the Salamander chapter. Let's see.
Page 32 of the Deathwatch core rulebook.
Mm.
What are they again?
Promethean cult.
That's what it says, and it says see page 32 of the rule book, but 32 does not have anything about that demeanor. Gain the Promethean cult demeanor. The core book has calculating, gregarious, hot-blooded. That doesn't seem right.
Oh, no. The demeanor is salamander characters begin play with resistance heat talent. That's what they get from their demeanor.
Right. Where'd you see that directly, Murdoch? I just want to make sure.
It's in First Founding salamander characters. Salamander characters gain the Promethean cult demeanor, and then underneath it tells you what the Promethean cult is, and the demeanor. The demeanor is just what it is in the core rule book is what that happens, and then it says that we get +5 toughness, +5 intelligence from our being salamanders, and then salamanders begin play with heat resistance talent, which if we're not going to get that for whatever reason, that's fine. Or whatever else we're not going to get from salamanders.
Okay. So we'll read through that when that becomes more important, but for now, the salamanders, we basically are creating a salamander character as intended. Now, Jeremy, you mentioned a gene seed deficiency has a very high percentage. Where did you find that?
In the right, page 20. It's right above gene seed deficiencies. Little box in the top right, table 1-6.
You said page 20?
Yeah, it's the one that says gene seed deficiencies. It's that same page.
Genetic inheritance, genetic doctrine. Are you in Rites of Battle, or are you in First Founding?
Rites of Battle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I thought you meant like their chapter also had another chance to get gene seed deficiencies. I was like, man, that they're screwed. All right. So your chapter demeanor is the cult. Now, do you want to keep that one, or do you want to look at some of these other demeanors and decide on something different? Let's take a moment to look at that demeanor real quick again, just so that we can make sure that we're all cool with it or not cool with it. Blah, blah, blah. Perfect. Important.
The Promethean cult is basically Klingons. Just for the record.
Yes, they're basically temperamental and muscly warrior types is essentially what it's getting at.
They're not temperamental. They're very intelligent, but they basically live on a shitty world, and instead of changing it with technology, they decided to keep it shitty because it makes them stronger.
Yeah.
Is a warrior, never gives up no matter the odds. Stubborn and resolute in pursuing their objectives. They value strength of themselves and strength of the group, but strength of themselves is more important.
Okay. Yep, that makes sense. The other options would be the things that are listed inside Rites of Battle. If you think that this chapter would have diverged enough that their demeanor would change.
I mean, this is a very specifically created chapter.
Mm-hmm.
By our own admission. Something that like demeanor could be a huge change.
Here's something I'd like to get at if we're for the Promethean cult aspect. If we keep that demeanor, I think we've pretty much decided what your home world is. It's probably a shitty death world.
Yeah.
Or like a shitty jungle world or something like that. Just ultimately, it will be a hard place to live in if you guys follow Promethean cult.
Tatooine.
Tatooine's not hard enough.
It needs more like
Mustafar.
dragons and shit.
Mustafar was my next thought.
I said Mustafar, but I was muted, and I'm sad.
I mean, salamander.
So that kind of goes hand in hand. Do you guys like the idea of being from a death world?
Yes.
Yes.
Fucking yeah.
Okay. So I think we should keep Promethean cult then. and we pretty much decided our planet as well. So when that comes up,
If we ever got a semi-decent one, we can be genuinely confused as to why we were there.
Genuinely confused. I agree.
okay. Next is chance of gene seed mutation, I think. Let me just double check.
That just gives us. That's how you get gene seed deficiencies. But we already did that. Unless you want to add more deficiencies.
We've willingly accepted a deficiency, so that's already done. Let me delete
To be
that.
fair, 90% chance means that we were going to get one anyways. But
Right, exactly. And we decided doomed.
yeah,
And I'm going to put some notes inside the GM section about it being the chapter, not you guys.
multiple instabilities.
Oh, boy.
We could have gotten that one.
Not answering that. That's weird. So there's a bullet point I can't delete. Let me try and go back into this thing.
We actually probably have a second gene seed deficiency too.
Why?
Oletic secretions. It's what gives the salamanders their color.
What was that?
Yes. That's actually part of the salamanders as a whole. I don't think it does anything other than cosmetics, though.
It doesn't.
Okay. And I will put down the oletic secretions. I think that's actually in the salamander section. Does it even mention that?
No, Skyrim, I don't want to play you. It does not.
Skyrim is here to save us.
It does not mention it inside the salamanders, but that is actually a thing. That's why they are the color that they are.
Heck, analytics secretions even specifically says that salamanders.
So I'm going to notate that because you guys would have that deficiency as well, just because that would have been carried down from the salamanders. Which,
oh man, the salamanders use a lot of fucking tech too.
Yes, they do. Which, so the oletic secretions turns the salamanders the color of volcanic rock, which means that they're usually like really dark in color. But one of the interesting things about them is they can grow like wrinkles, and their wrinkles will appear similar to lava, actually. It's kind of a weird aspect of them. Do you guys want to keep that aesthetic, or do you want to go for something a little bit different? When we talk about the doomed planet, it could reflect that planet.
I was going to say, yeah, I'd like it to reflect the doomed planet once we figure that out, because I would rather not be on a doomed lava world, because then I would feel like we're just playing salamanders, and I want to do something at least a little different.
Yeah.
Fair.
So if we're on like some kind of crazy ass like lightning storm planet, I don't know. Actually,
Like,
We could have dark volcanic, dark skin with like, instead of wrinkles being normal, they're actually like, we get lightning bolts down our face and shit.
Blue lightning looking wrinkles kind of thing. Yeah, I was thinking something like that, or maybe gray, like dark gray from storm clouds.
Works for me, yeah.
Okay. So
We all have lightning scars, but that's just an initiation, right? It's not a mutation.
chapter flaws, let's see here, would be the next section.
That's the flaw we already. Oh.
No, flaws
No,
are different from deficiencies.
This is a little different. Chapter flaws are generated as a result of gene stock purity. Establishing a flaw is an effect that you choose or randomly roll. So, because of our result before when we chose, we don't have to do a flaw unless you guys so choose to do so.
I have a flaw, but I just like flaws.
I don't mind flaws either.
Let's see here.
Flaws always add shit.
But I think we should roll it. think this is one we weren't expecting.
Well, since we don't actually need it, I think we can go with or without it, so we can.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys, since this
Roll
is with
for
or
flop.
without kind of thing, you can
All
just
right.
roll and then pick one if you like it, and if not, pass on it.
Hold on. I rolled. I got a 1, and I really like it for the way we're going.
We stand alone.
Yeah.
For a variety of potential reasons, the Chapter Battle Brothers are either destructed by other Imperial forces or they themselves shun contact with others. Such brethren rarely serve the Deathwatch, but those who are able to overcome this distrust and prove themselves worthy. Because we're a brand new chapter and we're a brand new chapter of Primaris, that people are, other chapters are unsure how to deal with us, and we're unsure how to deal with other chapters because
it would provide an interesting thing, because that would mean that like older Space Marines that are like from the 35th millennium that are still floating around are like, nope, these guys are going to lead to heresy.
Yeah. I legitimately rolled a 2 and roll 20. You guys can see it, but I think it really works.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
So we're the new kid.
we are
Yeah,
new
we're
kid.
new kids on the block.
I'm okay with this. The irony is I just rolled a 1 as well, just for shits and giggles to see what else I would get.
I did not.
It's fate.
It is. I like.
All right, so chapter flaw is in.
We stand alone.
I don't really want to do missing zygote. I'll just put that out there.
No, that's missing
Right.
zygote is if you have the deficiency.
That's if you roll for the deficiency of missing zygote.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think that what we've got is already diverse enough that we shouldn't consider missing zygote.
No, we're good. I can live without it.
I mean, literally.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
The next one is one I don't think we should roll.
Chapter characteristic modifiers. So this one is basically where your bonuses go, it looks like.
Yep. Chapter bonuses. But they have reasons.
If we're doing a lightning world, like a lightning destroyer world, 61 through 70, the lightning raids, 5 agility, 5 fellowship might be kind of cool.
Actually, that would be nice because the fellowship itself shows that, because especially mixed with the fact that we tend to stay away from other chapters, we are all about being squatted together. We're all about.
We seek fellowship. The only place we can find it was with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And agility because we always have to fucking dodge lightning.
I like that one. I like 41 through 50, which is the flexible combat doctrine. Just because it fits kind of your salamander kind of foundings. That's +2 wounds and +5 to any characteristic of the player's choice.
I do like that. Is pretty nice. Yeah.
Looking over this here. Yeah, I think those two are probably, so far of what we established, probably the most logical choices, unless you guys want to go pure random and leave it up to the Omni-sided side.
I mean, I don't know. I think those are the best fitting for what we have done.
We could high-low it for those two.
I like the first one.
The 40, what? The lightning one or the
lightning combat? Oh, the lightning?
No, the lightning. Yeah, the lightning one. I think that makes more sense. But wait, do we just get one of them, or we get two?
We get one.
We get to choose one. Mm-hmm. These are our chapter bonus, so all of us will automatically get whatever bonus it is, Nate.
Uh-huh.
So instead of getting the salamander modifiers, you guys would get these modifiers.
Yeah. On the flip side, we don't really know. I mean, we kind of know what we'll be facing with the Tau, but because there are a myriad of threats, it kind of makes sense. Diversity within the chapter would make sense as well.
A flexible combat doctrine is something you probably would have practiced.
I mean, if we're Primus,
Primaris, yeah.
Primaris. If we're made to be better than the rest, I mean, that might, the flexibility of our breed, so to speak.
Yeah,
we're not forced into one specific stock.
Yeah. Well, I'm
with
thinking
the Adeptus
as a whole as well.
Well, yeah, because I mean we were designed from the
Because
get-go to fight.
Once we establish this chapter, whatever we call them, the purple wyverns or whatever the case is.
Nope, that's what it is now.
No, purple wyverns.
Purple wyvern.
This will also be the characteristics that your battle brothers that are regular Space Marines are going to identify. So if you were to pick, let's say, the 41 to 51, which gives more wounds, like when I talk about you guys going into battle, like the NPC Marines that are at your side, they're going to last a little bit longer to kind of exemplify the fact that, you know, it's hard to take you guys down just as a whole.
Yeah, Murdoch.
Whereas
NPC Marine.
1 to 70, perhaps maybe we'll do more stuff like you guys moving quickly, acting as units and stuff like that as a framework for the whole chapter.
The stew. I can bring back the stew with the lightning raids.
I think
that was my greatest moment as an RPer, by the way, was the stew. I'm not gonna lie.
Stu, is that a character you made for a different campaign?
No.
Okay.
It was a speech I made for Unity, for a whole race that really worked well.
Nice.
Basically, everybody brings something into the pot. It's literally they're making stew, STEW, food, and it simmers overnight. And it's like a ritual, and it's a symbol of commonality and togetherness.
Yeah, it's basically one of us alone is good, but not enough, and all of us together make a complete thing.
Make a complete and balanced breakfast.
Together, we are a dish.
I think you called us a complete and balanced breakfast or something like that too.
Breakfast.
Okay. So which one sounds the best to you guys, or do you want to roll it?
I vote on 41 through 50.
Yeah. Flexible.
Nate?
Nate wants thunder or hammers.
I'm leaning towards the flexibility.
All right, flexible it is then, because that's 3.
Okay. So +2 wounds and +5 to any characteristic of your choice. All right, so now here we get into kind of the cool stuff.
Now we get to roll.
This stuff I would suggest doing a lot of like rolling for, because this is stuff that you guys can have fun with.
All right, this is what I do.
The Founding Fathers section, it's like, who are the heroes of the chapter? The cool thing is when we come up with this, unless the result says so-and-so died doing this, that person's probably still alive because you guys were just founded.
Yeah. So I say this. I just my suggestion. I think we go down the line. One of each of us roll the next one in the next chat. The next one.
Sure. So I finally got the PDFs up. Which book are we looking for this one?
Right to Battle.
Battle page.
Right to Battle. Okay.
23.
I'll find it.
Yep, page 23, brother.
Chris, I'll let you. I think we go down the line. I think you should call it out. Who's next? 'Cause I don't know, because we have different lineups.
So did you want us to all roll individually for these as well?
Hold on.
What do you
I mean,
want?
the cool thing is if you guys roll individually, you'll have created 5 NPCs for me. So I'm okay with that.
All right, we'll get 5 figures.
Yeah,
we'll
sure,
get a couple. I still say with the figures of legend, Tom gets to roll 1 and 2 for that. 100%. He gets to get this shit.
Yeah.
Tom rolls all the figures.
Oh my god.
So the first one is the figure of. Did you roll another 100?
No, he got a Master of Snake, did he?
Yes, I did.
I got Chapter Master.
I got Chapter Master as well. Yeah.
Okay, so if you guys end up rolling the same one, we could either say that that person is really well known, has done lots of things, or we could just say, hey, re-roll. What do you guys want to do about that?
Like, kind of like the really well done, because
a really
Primaris.
depth person being the chapter master.
I like re-rolling.
I like being really well known.
Yeah, especially for chapter. If it was anything else, I would be kind of eh. But chapter master,
Honestly,
I think makes sense that he's
a chapter master being he should be well known. He should probably be one of the first Primaris himself.
Okay.
They used him as the used him to, of course, to now raise the next chapter of Primaris. Squirrel.
Hey,
Oh my god!
How are you doing?
It's actually really good timing, Tom.
Yeah. What?
He's a squirrel. So Scott, every time he comes on, literally every time, without fail, his first time coming on, he's a squirrel.
Is it by design?
No.
It does it by accident to him, and he
Yes.
has to change it. That's fucking crazy.
Every single time. So Tom, you're a squirrel, just
I
don't speak squirrel. I'm not squirrel girl. I can't speak to you. He just said something.
Tom, say something.
He's a
Tom,
squirrel.
say
He can't say something.
That's number the squirrel kind. Nice.
He'll be
All
back in
right,
a second.
so I got Chapter Master. Was a hero, led many glorious campaigns, slaying hundreds of enemies. In the end, was brought down by the treachery of the fold of the Imperium, which, when we find out the doom, is going to be fucking terrible.
Yeah.
We might end up becoming heretics.
Man, whoa. That's for story later on.
Whether or not it happens.
I literally just walked in the door, so what did I miss?
Hey, bud, penis.
Sure. You guys want to fill them in real quick? I'm giving the chapter master a name at the moment.
All right.
Sure. I got you, Tom. Okay, so we're doing the chapter building. In Roll20, we can look at the chapter information. We haven't named it yet, but our chapter origins are strategic prognostication, and a side thing is a counter to the Tau. When was the chapter formulated? The 42nd millennium. We the first founding of in this new millennium. Not only that, but our team is Primaris Space Marines. We're all
Primaris.
Our kill squad.
Primaris
Space Marines. Our progenitor is the Salamanders, is progenitor Vulcan. Our gene stock purity is altered stock. So
For reasons.
out of game, we know that the rest of our chapter is doomed, and our chapter is going to be filled in with Primaris Space Marines over time.
All original Space Marines were altered to be doomed to die off. So we can be the only we can be a chapter full of only Primaris.
That is a big secret that will come out during the campaign, though.
Yep. Our Codex Demeanors is Promethean Cult. We have a gene seed deficiency of secretions, which based on our home world, I think right now we're going towards gray skin or black skin with like lightning colored wrinkles and stuff.
Yeah.
Chapter flaw is we stand alone. So because we're primarily Primaris Space Marines, and we're the first founding in the 42nd century, we're distrusted by other Imperial forces, and because of that, we learn to battle alone. We are flexible to combat. We are rugged and flexible. +2 to wounds, 5 to any characteristic, and we're doing chapter heroes. So far, we only have one, and that's chapter master Adventino.
Nope, I'm saving it and correcting it. It is Aiden Ventus.
Okay.
It is based upon the Latin word for lightning.
Nice. I like it. The hero led his chapter in many glorious campaigns, slaying hundreds of enemies, including their greatest champions. In the end, he was brought down by treachery within the fold of the Imperium, slain by an assassin's turbo penetrator round on the field of battle. Why he was targeted, we haven't discovered, and the chapter harbors a special hatred for servants of the
Officio Assassinorum.
Yeah,
to
this day.
The Imperial
like
branch of assassins.
I like it since we also fight the Tau.
Yeah.
Cool.
I like it lots.
Can I get a link to the Roll20?
Yes, it was inside our chat, but let me see if I can get a new link for it.
Tom, I just want to say that it is a pleasure to see that you got a haircut recently.
Yeah. Like, as I grow more and more bald, I grow it shorter and shorter.
Are you going bald, or is it just a steep widow's peak?
Oh no, I'm going bald. If you look at pictures of me back in high school and college, like my hairline was like down here-ish.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've lost like at least an inch.
It's okay.
Plus,
You're so sexy.
Yeah. Plus, I got that bald spot in the back.
Oh yeah. Fair enough.
Man,
That was not there before.
the link's in the group chat.
Thank you.
So who wants to do theirs next? I heard that there was another chapter master.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay.
So I'm rolling for the Deed of the Legend right now.
Yes.
All right. I've got 34.
34. The individual was a stalwart enemy of the servants of chaos, slew a demon prince. That is most likely your current chapter master.
So we had a super glorious chapter master who slayed many of our enemies, who died because of an assassin. Now we have a new one because he slayed demon princes.
AoE Slayer and...
I have an idea about our chapter.
Yeah.
It's kind of a thing towards like past chapters. Sometimes chapter masters share a name in some variety. My suggestion is the Ventus name.
I think that's pretty. I like the keep it like maybe like would it be like Ventus
Like the
or
first one
would it be like Ventus this
the second one would be like Ellis Ventus or something like that.
They would always have the Ventus name.
Yeah.
I like it.
I like it.
Let's see here. I like Elijah, just because anytime I hear demon stuff, I like super biblical names, but I don't remember how to spell that.
Elijah.
Or
No,
something weird.
J-A-H.
I said JH.
Okay, so your current chapter master
I'm not hearing the A when you say it. Sorry.
JAH.
is Elijah Ventus, and he has slain a demon prince. Okay. Let me get back down to where I am in the chart here. All right, so Jeremy, you want to go next?
I rolled for Master of Sanctity. And let's see, the Deeds of Legend. I rolled a 12.
Oh, God.
Nice.
He's a feared
We
master.
did murder so many orcs, Jeremy.
The figure is remembered as the Bane of Orcs, to such an extent that his name is known to the vile greenskins to this day. We're just making enemies everywhere.
So
Yep.
I would be okay with that, but I feel like we're spreading ourselves too thin for what the
Yeah.
chapter is. What I'd like to do, if everybody's cool with this, is change the word orcs to Tau.
Totally fine.
I'm
That
totally
works.
fine with that.
Can we change the
And
vile
then the
blueskins then?
greenskins. Yeah,
Yes.
vile blueskins.
Remind me, which book is the chapter creation out of?
It is the
Rights of
Rights of
Battle.
Battle, and we are currently on page 23 of the book.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Okay. He would still be around since he didn't die inside the character creation port. There.
No. He completely is still alive because he's that badass.
I have to give him a name eventually. I'll come up with one.
Yeah.
I thought immediately chapter founder had to be something related to lightning, whoever the chapter master was at the founding. And so that was a
I was gonna say, if he's a master, if he's based upon if he's not a Primaris, you can take name from the salamanders.
I'm gonna look at the Deathwatch core book because it's got like a chart for random generation of names.
That's right, it does. I just saw that under the what's it called? Under the salamanders in the first founding.
The first founding, yeah. There's salamander names.
There's
is there?
specific salamander names. Like Chris, you can roll a D10. There's 10 names.
Okay. How about a 6?
6 is N apostrophe Keln.
Kellen.
Yeah, something like that. I'll put it in the
Got
chat
it.
just to get it. For
What?
anybody else. Right there.
All right, who's next?
Master of Sanctity, Kellen.
McKellen. Okay.
Nate, you're next. Roll for your hero.
What was your
Alright.
hero, Nate?
I got a 51.
So
Chief
that is
librarian?
chief librarian.
Yes, we have a librarian.
That answers that question. I was going to ask you guys next if you guys even have a librarian, because some chapters don't.
Hold on. There is a but. Because then I
But?
rolled an 87. So the hero was lost to his chapter in a warp accident. Yet his descendants have cause to believe he still lives and may one day return them to glory.
Motherfucker, librarian,
For the
perfect.
librarian, I don't know.
No, librarians are psychers.
Librarians are
have
psychers.
Yeah.
Psychers?
So-
What's a psycher?
Psychic.
That they
abilities.
wield the powers of they harness the powers of the warp to blow shit up with their mind.
Oh, then
The
that
warp is
actually
like-
makes a lot of sense.
The
Yeah,
warp
yeah,
is
it really does.
essentially the fabric between the universe where demons live, and they harness that energy to make magic happen, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are
Cool.
actual, I think they're like sorcerers or something, which is more akin to actual magic.
Yes.
But psychers, it's a pretty raw harnessing of the warp's power.
Nate, roll the d10.
Here's a fun question. Is the librarian's name known, or has it been redacted?
Some of his, I think it's known, but his descendants have cause to believe he still lives, so they cry his name in battle.
Could we just call them
mean,
like the librarian?
We
and
should
that's their
all
actual
know
name?
who he is because we're all.
Pretty
Yeah.
new.
I'm just asking so I can make official Imperial record right now if he's been redacted or not, because questionably it could be conceived as heresy.
Nate, do you want him to have a salamander name or a generic name?
His name's Xavier. I already rolled it.
Awesome.
Fuck yeah, I like Xavier.
So Chief Librarian Xavier, redacted or official?
Official.
Redact. Oh,
Nah.
Okay.
If there was
it's your
anything,
role. It's your thing. Don't
there's
worry.
No,
anything
because
in the
one
story
day we're
about
just going to have
risk
fucking the
assessment.
Ultramarines show up on our doorstep and try to kill us.
To be fair, they do try to kill a lot of things.
I was gonna say the problem is like if you redact it, it's now like a secret that you guys have to hide.
Mhm.
All right, so next up is Tom. There's 2 tables on this page: figures of legend, which will tell you what their position is, and then deeds of legend, which will tell you what they've done to become legendary.
Right. Where is this table?
Page
Page
23
Rights of
of
battle.
the Rights of Battle book.
Really? I feel like I passed over that.
Yeah, there's two
Oh, yeah,
tables on the
under
page.
under founding fathers, yeah.
You got it?
I see it. I see it.
Yeah, sorry, the chapter header is Founding Fathers. It's a little weird.
Yeah. I rolled a 25, so another chapter
God.
master apparently.
Let's see what he's done. He may be a badass.
Let's do another one. We've got 2 chapter masters already.
Let's add 50.
We should be lucky that
Add
one.
Oh God.
No, roll it again, Tom.
We have several heretic chapter masters. We don't like to talk about it. Let's see here. We got a master of the forge.
Yes.
Sweet.
Tech.
All right. And what did he do?
He forges shit out of lightning.
This figure led an action against an elder craft world, warding it and inflicting grievous casualties before withdrawing.
I love
Chris, name him Hephaestus.
it.
They're expressly hated by the Eldar, who for this event is expression of Raw. Maybe you want to keep that. Maybe you want to switch it to the Tau again. I don't know.
I'm for switching it to Tau.
Anything.
I'm
I
okay
think
with it.
like, if it's specific to that, we should always switch it to Tau to make it more our enemy.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so Tau.
like the-
Well, the
I forget
town
what they call
really
their
hate
worlds.
us.
It's not a craft world. It's.
We can.
I'm just gonna put a Tau world on here.
You can do a Forge world.
Is that what they
I
call
do.
their?
I forget. I do like that our librarian is lost to the warp, and that our master of the forge destroyed their forges.
Mhm.
We are a vindictive bunch.
Yes, yes, we are. Fuck them.
Yeah, I like that.
You do realize when we see any Tau, they're just going to be like,
You guys have.
Somebody
you guys
clip
have-
that, please.
Look, look, man. So
Um,
everything is great.
let's let's go with one of the core names. Jeremy, do you have the chart?
The salamander names.
No,
Yeah.
the core names.
I have the chart. Roll it up.
Okay.
I didn't have it on my.
I believe it's decided by your world of origin. Is that right?
Decided by your chapter.
Chapter. Okay. Let's go with a classic Ultramarine name. That way,
Okay.
like kind of a classy name.
Roll me a d10.
A 5.
A 5. We got Quintus.
Quintus.
All right.
I still say Hephaestus.
Or just Festus. Nah, that's like festering.
Well,
weird.
Hephaestus is the god of forging.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
I did
yeah.
spell it right, and thank you for that.
Yeah.
All right, so we've had 2 chapter masters since our founding. The name Ventus has been carried by chapter masters. That is a tradition that you guys hold. Your master of sanctity has killed many Tau, and his name is actually known by them. That's Master of Sanctity Helen. Chief Librarian Xavier may have been lost in a warp accident, but many believe he is still alive and will return in glory. And then Forge Master Quintus has destroyed a Tau Forge world, basically inflicting heavy casualties, which probably turned the tide of battle towards your favor in a battle. And he has garnered much hate from the Tau. I don't like this word, so I'm getting rid of it. By the Tau. All right, excellent. Next, we look at Homeworld, which we've already kind of discussed that we want to do a death world. We've kind of been discussing it, and I actually really like the idea of the world just being just torn apart by storms all the time. Like,
Yeah.
Like imagine if we were to put them on like Jupiter, just shitstorm all the time.
Okay.
Actually, I know I might get shit for this, but if anybody's played Mass Effect Andromeda, the first world you land on,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
something like
I
that,
haven't
or
played it.
something like
it's to me that's all I'm imagining.
like
Like
a
always
hammock while it's being
storms.
blown up.
Always storms. It's really bleak looking, place.
Yeah. The storms literally cut. The lightning in that literally cuts into the mountains.
Exactly.
It's so
Okay,
powerful.
yeah, I like that.
So there is
but-
life there, but it's all like extraordinarily tough.
Yeah,
to
everything.
survive
It's
that sort of
literally
shit.
that literally is a death world.
Okay,
Yeah.
I like that. I'm gonna put down as my descriptor first world of Mass Effect Andromeda, just so we have an
I'll see
idea.
if I can find the.
Yeah, we'll fill you in.
And that'll give me something that I can look up later. That way we can discuss it. For the Jericho's Reach map, I think we should just add a planet instead of trying to find a planet that works. So
Yeah, agreed.
what do we want to call said planet? Want me to find a planet name generator?
Yes. We'll go with the worst option.
Fluffers.
Oh man, these are really bad options.
Okay, I'm happy.
We're looking for like a world name.
Ooh, I like that. That's kind of hilarious, but I don't think that's a good one. Pylon 84. Like it's such a shitty planet that they gave it a number. plus pylons in it, which is great for lightning.
It's called Habitat 7, by the way. The
Habitat 7.
Actually, this
So
is kind of sweet.
the best one I've found thus far is Manticore.
no.
Not bad.
Manticore, no.
You can go for an ironic name.
Minotaur.
Yeah, I saw this one.
Greenland.
Marineland.
Holy Greenland.
Well, we're the salamanders. We could have it related to that kind of thing.
I was just being funny about Greenland being,
Yes.
shitty.
Hopefully, you don't have any viewers from Greenland.
Well, actually, what are the salamanders called? Their world name? Nocturne.
Nocturne, yeah.
It's a dual world, yeah. I think they live on Nocturne.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's two worlds if I remember right. It's
It's the
Nocturne and
not.
then Prometheus is the opposite.
Yeah.
Minerva.
Hmm.
How about Minerva?
I don't like Minerva.
That seems like a holy name to me.
It is. It's a Greek god or a Roman
So,
god. That's kind of what
when
the
I
names are. That's what planets' names
lot.
are given.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but when I think of Minerva, I think of something serene.
Yeah, that's the joke.
Oh God, no.
When I think of Minerva, I think of Harry Potter. But then again, not
Yeah, me too. And I
That's
don't
it.
want to do that.
Never seen it, so or don't know who it is.
Graxus. Yeah. I can
That's
see
a
how
good
it-
name.
I can say it. No, it's not.
Yeah,
I mean, I like it, but it doesn't fit.
I like this name generator, actually.
I have no clue which one you're using.
Let's see here. I'm getting really weird stuff right now.
Yeah. Ultra
I actually... Ultra Cat.
Ooh. Actually, Vesta, the goddess of hearth, home, and family.
Vesta. This.
Vesta. Vesta. Yeah.
Yep. So I wouldn't want it as super on the nose as that. How
It has
about
to be something odd.
Vesta Sigma?
I'm okay with that.
Done. We got a planet name.
Okay.
We should name our planet Wendemere.
No. Only if we have another planet named Bobby B.
Okay.
Take a look at that later.
Yeah. So
Yeah, it's a ridiculous planet, which is why it's
It's
perfect.
pretty cool.
homeworld predominant terrain.
Rocky outcropping.
So there is a chart. We've got jungle, desert, ice, ocean, wasteland, urban, dead, airless, and temperate. So here's an interesting question. If you guys wanted, you could be on an airless planet, and that's where the chapter houses itself, but you would be pulling recruits from other planets nearby. So they would be like Vesta Prime, Vesta Beta, stuff like that, and then you guys are housed on Vesta Sigma.
Would it be like the Vesta system? Which
Yeah.
is why, like, that's all. It's like Vesta.
Or the Vesta Arm or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of like having an airless, but that wouldn't make sense for for lightning too much.
Yeah.
Agreed. There should be some atmosphere because lightning will create ozone and atmosphere. So
If we're sticking with the original concept that I pointed out from Mass Effect, I mean that was more or less a jungle.
Actually, it's not.
No,
Actually, airless works.
yeah, airless would work.
But
well,
not-
yeah, actually it does work
because of everything
about other
floating
planets.
around.
No,
Yeah.
it's not just the airlessness, because airlessness doesn't necessarily mean no air. It means no breathable air.
That's true.
That's true.
So if it's an argon nitrogen atmosphere, if we literally clone Habitat 7, which I'm totally fine with because it's a really good world.
It fits perfectly for our concept. That's the problem. It does.
I just put the information about how it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 100% exactly what we're looking for in the planet.
Okay.
It would be
I'm fine with that.
perfect.
I don't mean it's airless. I'll just notate that.
So yeah. Okay, I can accept that. Airless, because airless just means no air.
No, it has air. It's just not breathable to us.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give it. Yeah.
So I'm gonna go with Greek here. So Vesta Sigma, Vesta Prime, and Vesta. Somebody give me something else.
Delta.
I don't really want to go with Omega.
Oh God, please not Delta.
Uh,
On my behalf, please not Delta. They're annoying me right now.
Chi or Pi?
Yeah.
That's
Vesta Chi.
No,
No,
Pi
Vesta Lambda. Vesta Lambda.
or Lambda.
Yeah,
no
we'll go with
meat.
Lambda.
No
Okay.
meat.
So you revert from Vesta Prime and Vesta Lambda. That gives you
Vesta Prime, Vesta Omega.
that gives you 2 planets to pull from,
Mm.
which would also be under your protection, essentially.
Yeah.
All right. So relationship with the home world. So this is a question of how you guys govern the 2 planets that are under your care, essentially, Vesta Prime and Vesta Lambda. So there are a couple options. It is direct rule, stewardship, or distant rule. Direct rule would mean that you were there directing things. So that seems like it's kind of out of place. If your watch fortress is on an airless planet that's like basically a shithole.
Yeah. It makes it hard
Perfect training ground.
It makes it hard for things to attack us.
It is true. It is a very defensible location.
Honestly, I think distant rule because we would be mostly
I
keeping.
would go with stewardship, actually.
Me
Think
too.
so?
Steward.
So the people rule themselves, and they basically would give homage to the Space Marines.
Meanwhile,
because-
the Tau hate us.
Think about it. If they are, if we're about protecting the little guy and stuff like that, like, we let them rule themselves. But,
See, the other thing I like about this one is Space Marines may revert back to direct rule during a duration of emergency, which I think makes a lot of sense for you guys.
yeah.
All right.
Agreed.
Okay. So, organization. How closely does the chapter follow the Codex Astartes? This is basically the book that says this is how to be a Space Marine.
We're not doing the Ultramarine version.
Right.
They have their own table for this shit. I love it.
They
They
do.
literally have
So
their own
hilarious
table for
that
this
they
shit.
do.
Just fuck you, Ultramarines are better.
What the Codex means is how closely you follow
Have Tom roll
that
it.
chart that I showed you guys at the beginning that says this is how a Space Marine chapter is organized. I think by what we've discussed, unique organization makes the most sense.
I agree.
Tom, roll it and roll 20.
Yeah, all right. Here's the thing.
Tom just roll a 9 out of 10.
Yes.
Roll D10. 8. So
He rolled a 9.
A 9.
Because Tom's so awesome, he gets a +1 to everything.
Yes.
Is that how this works?
Rolling a D2 plus 8.
Roll the 10.
Done.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute myself. I'll be back.
Next is combat doctrine. And this is basically how the chapter prefers to fight.
Yes.
So this one you guys could discuss or you could roll. My suggestion would be roll some options and discuss them because you may not like some of the ones that come up.
We're going to go with either Thunderhawk, Assault, or Lightning Strike, okay?
Or drop pod, because we come
I-
from the sky like lightning.
I really like Shock and Awe, actually. I think Shock and Awe fits pretty well because the tower very well organized, and disrupting that would be pretty is important to fighting them.
Hold on, no. Terror.
I'm gonna roll
Terror.
my opinion.
I'm rolling mine too, but I'm saying Terror because I think it's hilarious.
I got stealth. It's very me.
I like how disappointed Tom is.
Damn it, I got myself.
Don't play a Space Marine to play type.
Should probably bring it to room temperature, yeah. It's okay.
So
Actually, I would heat it inside a pot.
I got Terror.
Okay,
I
that's fine. I would heat it up though. That's what I'm saying. Okay, what'd you say?
I got lightning strike.
Nate.
Can somebody roll for me, please?
Yep. You got ranged combat.
Thank you.
Nate, roll something.
Do I have to roll?
Yes. Everybody else decided.
Oh, I got a 9 anyway. Shock and awe.
Okay. So stealth, there was a little bit of negative too. So is it fair that we could drop that off the list of considerations?
I think Tom just doesn't want to play a stealth character again.
Which I
I'm not.
totally.
As interesting as it would be, I don't want to be the single stealthy space marine.
But at the same time,
operate as
that would make you like a
stealthy
sniper.
space marines, actually.
yeah.
Because your whole group would be good at stealth, and so you build your characters with the mindset of we're good at stealth.
Stealth does work to fight Tau and their enemies because
Yes.
I mean, again, they're
Tau uses it.
All I could think
Tau
of,
use it, so use their own ways against them.
all I can think of, were 10-foot stealth death machines.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
10-foot tall, invisible death machines.
Hey, it's orc, barbarian, rogue. All right, with a great sword.
Oh my god, it sounds hilarious and I love it.
I'm pretty sure we have to have a very particular melee weapon as our forte,
All right, so
and we'll get to it later.
Tommy, so you don't want to
combat.
I don't think range combat works.
Nah.
The tower, like the pinnacle of range combat.
That's honestly fighting. That's
Yeah.
fighting them at their own game. We can't
That's-
do that.
That's
That's
the
like
funny
throwing
thing
a
about stealth and range combat. Both of them are like
Actually-
that's what your enemy really uses. Stealth could be turned against them, but range probably not. Like their weapons are just far more superior as far as coverage.
All right,
Yeah,
so
range makes sense.
you want me to roll again then?
No, we're
No.
just kind of working our way through the list here.
Okay.
Lightning strike was one of them that came up.
I
Yeah.
really like it, depending because the way that our chapter has moved, and
It's
we've done it.
overwhelming force, which I think makes a lot of sense with some of your heroes.
It is quick and overwhelming force. Yes.
Yeah.
They highly mobile forces.
Which matches the salamander always being
Yeah.
on like
Yep.
you know.
It does.
Um,
It does.
Other large numbers of bike-mounted warriors, which we cannot ride, but our chapter may be good at it, and they're often precluded by stealthy insertion missions. So maybe kind of cool thing to do.
It would also give us a reason to have gigantic Primaris bikes eventually, which is fucking cool.
I think the next one was. I do like that one.
We're gonna be a shock trooper swoop gang, aren't we?
Shock and awe was what Nate.
Shock and awe was the next one. Yep.
Mhm.
Which is bombardment staged by strike vessels, battle barges, and things in orbit. So like orbital assaults and stuff like that.
I don't think we would do that just because we're small. We're a small chapter right now.
I feel like that's exactly why we would do that, because we can't just throw troops at our enemy. We have to do as much as we can without sacrificing the lives of our brothers.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
Also, the Tau are really good at entrenching themselves. Not entrenching, but like situating themselves at a point and defending it. And to just blow that up from orbit is hugely devastating.
Yeah.
The only thing that I will bring up about shock and awe specifically is it is fun and a useful mechanic, but at the same time, that would mean that a lot of times you guys would be on the bridge of a ship orbital bombarding somebody, and that's just
So
if you guys don't want to enter a lot of combats, that would be a good way to do it. But
I'm okay
if you guys
with
are
shock
looking
and
forward
awe.
to the combat.
I don't think
I'm
it
okay.
could be. Go ahead. Sorry.
Hold on real quick. I think shock and awe is cool and all. I don't think it makes sense for we want to also protect the little guy, because shock and awe is indiscriminate.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, you would think we would try to save, captured humans.
Because it says some chapters are so wrong about being the devastation that their aid is not sought in the liberation of captured cities.
Yeah.
So, like, if for some reason, like, there was a city that was lost, and our goal is to shock and awe it, like, we're not saving our people. We're just wiping out the enemy.
If you like the effect of shock and awe, one of the ones that I really like that's kind of similar is drop pods, because it's a surgical deployment of Marines to one location.
I like that a lot
But
as
it's
well.
basically dropping a bomb on a building when it hits.
What about Thunderhawk
The
Assault? Is
bomb
like
opens up and Space Marines come out.
I was gonna say Thunderhawk is a lot. Thunderhawk assault a lot like the drop
Yes.
pod, but just a bit more.
Thunderhawk is like helicopter assault.
Yeah.
Instead of being dropped in a pod, you're dropped in a ship with guns on it.
And Chris, I got the last one, which was Terror.
Thunderhawks are kind of cool because they're a really durable flight system. Like the way I'm picturing it is if you look at a Thunderhawk description, it says that their gunships carry up to 3 squads of Marines, and some are modified to carry bike squads. I'm picturing you guys eventually having Primaris-sized bikes and like maybe a bigger Thunderhawk that houses just your sheer weight, and just having bike assaults transported in by Thunderhawks, essentially.
I fucking love it.
Which I think is kind of cool. Or the drop pods is the quickest and easiest thing. Like no matter what you pick, you're probably going to be drop podded at least a few times in the beginning, because drop pods are very easy to produce by the Adeptus Mechanicus. And to carry your heavy asses, gravity won't be a problem with the drop pod.
We want to go down. It's just getting down there faster just helps.
We in Gravity agree at this particular point.
I think Terror was also rolled, but I don't think that fits you guys.
No. Now that I've read
It's
it.
like psychological terror.
No, now that I've read it, I definitely. Honestly, I like Thunderhawk Assault. I think that fits us.
I think we should have a lightning Thunderhawk assault strike.
A lightning, yes.
Well, as much as I agree, like under the description, Thunderhawk Assault sacrifices a measure of surprise for overwhelming firepower, whereas Lightning Strike is surprise.
It does rely on stealth and scouting for Lightning Strike. That's the big difference between the two.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like
you guys could still have Thunderhawks and bikes and all that stuff no matter what doctrine you pick. And you guys can utilize them that way, but it's more of a thought process of like, how do you typically approach things regardless of what weapons you have at your disposal?
I like Thunderhawk because it's a more defensible approach than a drop. Because a drop prod could theoretically just get shot out of the sky.
That's true.
Yeah.
Thunderhawk's going to shoot back.
That's true. I think we're down to Lightning Strike or Thunderhawk.
Yeah.
Lightning Strike often uses bike-mounted warriors. Sometimes entire tactical squads on bikes and attack bikes, which fits the Salamander theme as well, because I think Salamanders are more or less Lightning Strike.
Yeah.
I think they are. I think they are.
so.
I was reading their combat doctrine, and they're like, Salamanders do a little bit of everything, which is true. And you guys could do the same, but their specialty training is inside Lightning Strike.
So here's my thing. Do we want to try to say, what is our chapter that the information we've got so far, right? As we look at it, we care about the little guy and all that stuff. And we're good with that. Then Lightning Strike or Thunderhawk Assault, well, Lightning Strike could also be doing things like inciting riots and stuff like that. Psychological warfare and or psyop campaigns and what's it called? Uprisings to cause problems.
That
I will say the other thing I have to go for Lightning Strike mixes where a lot of the scouting. I mean, while we as the Primaris will be
one of the things that I like about Lightning Strike is that the scouting is so important to the rest of everything else. Like there's actually a bit at the end that talks about enemy positions being thoroughly recognited and their status communicated via ultra secure cipher wave to the main force hidden nearby. So like it would mean that like the Tau's biggest strong suit against you guys is stealth and preparation. It would mean that you guys are designing yourselves to fight against their preparation. And if you fight against their preparation, their stealth isn't necessarily as good.
And snipers are terrible against a lightning hit.
Plus, I was about to say the Lightning Strike that's pretty much guerrilla warfare, if I'm correct, right?
Yeah,
Can be.
the Thunderhawk is like the loud and noisy assault.
Yeah.
You're coming in with everything. You're just blasting away, but it's strategic, which is where it's different from shock and awe.
It's
I do
designed
think
to be
that-
overwhelming force.
Yeah.
I do think Lightning Strike because I do agree that I think as a smaller chapter we would be doing more guerrilla fighting, guerrilla warfare.
I think Lightning Strike makes more sense, but in my heart, I really like the idea of driving bikes off of a tank boat
I'm still
We can still do that.
Like this is
I
describing
think-
our primary combat ethos.
Yeah.
Like I'm
No,
assuming
I think,
like we'll do like various like Thunderhawkish kind of things. Just like
Look.
first approach is lightning strike.
Nate, well, we're gonna scout it out, right? And then we're gonna find out how to best hit him, and then we're gonna find out how to best hit him with the fucking Thunderhawk.
And then we're gonna find out where to drive bikes out of Thunderhawk at them.
Yes.
No,
He's
I
got
think I like the idea of lightning strike. I think it makes for a more compelling, especially because we're playing Deathwatch. To be honest, because otherwise, yeah, we could just be Space Marines and we could throw armored douchebags at enemies. But I like the idea that we actually have to kind of scout and plan out. I think it'll be more fun.
Nate, if you don't remember, we're not actually legitimately playing Deathwatch. We're playing a small brand new chapter.
No, but we're playing Space Marines.
Yeah.
We're playing actual Space Marines, but what I
Which
mean is,
means to say that we're getting a more encompassing effect of playing Space Marines instead of just we assault everything.
yeah,
The only thing I was going to point out about Thunderhawk is if you guys really stick to it, it may feel fight of the week, which is my only concern.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I think I think I like lightning strike for the sake of the game as well.
So solo mode abilities. There is a roll chart here. You guys could roll on it, or we could do something different.
The salamanders have a special solo mode ability.
They absolutely do, which we should address before we get too far into this one. That way we can decide if we want to keep this thing. Theirs is called Fireborn, which salamanders speak of themselves as Fireborn, referring not only to their volcanic homeworld, but also the skills of the crafts of forge and furnace. Salamanders hold that battle is a test of their skill, determination, and endurance, a crucible with which the strong are forged and the weak are annihilated. Battle Brother may add the proven quality to or remove one unreliable, unbalanced, unwieldy quality from a weapon he possesses, either a standard issue or an item of signature war gear, due to his skill at creating and maintaining his war gear. It does receive an improvement at rank 3. The Battle Brother's Stoicism grants him an increased resistance to fire and no longer suffers effects of being lit on fire. At rank 5 and above, he becomes self-reliant that his kill team does not suffer any loss of cohesion from attacks, effects that or events that affect him. At rank 7, all enemies successfully set on fire by an attacking Battle Brother take 2d10 damage with no reduction from armor per round instead of the normal amount for being set on fire, which I believe is 1d10.
it's pretty nasty.
Can we, instead of Fireborn, can we change that to Lightningborn?
Lightningborn? Yeah, we all thought the same thing.
Or
Artborn.
hold on, Stormborn.
Stormborn.
I would go with Stormborn as well. But that brings up an interesting question. Salamanders as a whole are fans of melters, which are basically shoot gobs of plasma at your enemies. Plasma can have an electrical base. So are your melters electrically based rather than like magma based?
I would say, yeah, if we did that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that make our meltas like little railguns?
More like they fall lightning.
They would shoot like gobs of melty lightning at your enemies.
And instead of fire damage, they do lightning damage. We'd be shocking things.
So I know what you're saying, Chris, but like when I think about that sentence, none of it made sense.
Gobs of lightning.
Gobs of melty lightning.
Gallons of it, Nate. Gallons.
I like it.
I'm gonna put read as Fireborn, but lightning instead. All right, cool.
Murdoch.
Murdoch, we know you're happy, but
What's the matter? Oh, you can hear me breathing. Hold on.
Better. Yeah, thanks.
We can also see you in the back. All right. One clap for yes, 2 clap for no.
I'm gonna leave
Alright,
the primary window for a minute.
Squad mode abilities. Let's see here.
The salamanders have their own.
Yep. Let's start there. Salamander squad abilities.
What page are these abilities on?
These are in the Deathwatch first founding. book.
First round. Okay.
Specifically,
Page
20
24 is
24.
salamanders. So there is a new talent for salamanders called Artificer. I think that would be fine for you guys to take as well, since they're your parent chapter, essentially.
And we haven't diverted so much. We're definitely have taken on a lot of qualities. That is the salamander.
So the salamander attack pattern is called Into the Fires of Battle. The effect is salamanders are relentless on the attack, pushing forward inexorably to crush their foes. When Battle Brother uses this ability, both he and those in support range may make an immediate half move and 2 standard attacks with any ranged weapon. At rank 3 or more, then both standard attacks may be exchanged for a single semi-automatic burst or full auto burst.
That's not too bad.
So basically, it's lightning attack.
Yeah, it's push forward with ranged weapons.
I like it.
So we could either stick with that, or we could go with something like Siegebreaker, which Siegebreaker is support range of him may reroll damage rolls against enemies in cover. Second damage roll must be accepted.
I
Another
think
one.
we should go with the third one down, Chris. Just
I'm going down the list.
okay.
So, is Tactical Finesse. Support range of the person initiating this may make melee or ranged attack as a half action. The ranged attack may only be use single shot of fire, then may make a half move. So it's like a lesser version of the other one, but it's a little bit more variable. Character benefiting from this ability may disengage from an opponent in melee without penalty. So that's more about moving around on the field than anything else. The third one is called Storm of Hell. It's support range of the person activating this ability. Gain the Furious Assault talent and the Frenzy talent at rank 4. Activating this ability is a half action. Basically, Furious Assault and Frenzy is Berserk mode, essentially.
That's kind of what I want to do.
Oath of Vengeance is the last one here. It says that, let's see, when a member of the kill team suffers damage, the character receives a +4 damage roll against the attacker. At rank 5, this ability may be sustained, which means that every single time that it happens, you guys can, essentially when you're in a squad mode, you have to pay for it each round. However, if it's sustained, you could just keep it active without paying for it again.
I actually like that one a lot because it fits the way a lot of our heroes of legend have went, being vindictive assholes.
I like the first one that we did as well. The basically
salamander one,
constantly pressing on and flushing enemies out.
I'll give you that one. That one's also good. The original.
I like that one not only because salamanders, but Tau.
Yeah, Tau too. I think it fits. It fits like we want to de-entrench the Tau.
Because because of the way they said, we have to continue we have to press the assault on. Otherwise, if we give them any leniency,
if we let them Overwatch at all, we're screwed.
Yeah.
So we constantly have to press.
So we're gonna stick with the salamander.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Into the storms of battle.
Salamander just fits us. All right. Now we have what? Defensive stance?
Yeah, I'm okay with changing it to Into the Storm of Battle, just because it fits you guys narratively.
And plus, it sounds like something that like.
Can it be Tempest?
Too much word.
Of battle?
You can probably
Into the Tempest.
Yeah, either one.
Okay, Into the Tempest.
I personally think that the salamander one fit us the best.
Yeah, but that's where we're going with.
They're going with.
I like that.
Now we have the defensive stance.
Defensive stance, starting with the salamander, is Onto the Anvil of War, which is a squad of salamander space marines. In defense is a movable object, standing resolute in the face of any foe or peril, shoulder to shoulder. They are as unyielding as the adamantium anvils that sit in the hearts of their forges. While this ability is in effect, Battle Brothers and those in support range grant +2 toughness bonus though all those affected by this ability count their agility bonus as half its normal value, rounding up for the purposes of movement. It has improvements at rank 5 or more. The Battle Brother and those in support range are also immune to fear, pinning, stunning, and their movement rate is no longer reduced.
So where it's a phalanx.
So it's the turtle shell move. You guys bunch up together and
Hold
get
the line.
defensive. Yeah.
All right.
Captain Kira
So-
need that shit.
What are the other things we can do?
These are the other ones off the chart, which is Courage Under Fire. Basically, Battle Brother inspires those under his command to press on in the face of danger. When the ability is used, Battle Brother and any within support range of him may immediately recover from being pinned. At rank 4, this ability may also make a half move as a free action. And then Only in Death, which is Space Marines from this chapter, are venerated amongst the Imperium for their ability to fight on through the most grievous of wounds. While this ability is active, Battle Brother and those within support range ignore the effects of any critical damage that would not kill them until the ability is no longer in effect. Once this ability ends, they suffer the full effects of critical damage they received. This ability cannot be improved. That is orc ferocity, basically.
I actually like that, considering we're a small chapter and we have to like protect each other, basically.
Swift Advance is the next one, which is members of this chapter have skill and training necessary to move quickly through the most punishing of onslaughts and gunfire. While this ability is active, Battle Brothers and any within support range who successfully dodge a ranged attack may spend their reaction to make a full move. At rank 4, they may also reload one weapon, provided it does not take longer than half or full action to do so.
That would be
I like that.
That works a lot.
I like that one a lot.
Yeah. When you guys are in a squad mode, you guys can pick if you're defensive or on attack, and you only get one ability at a time. So keep that in mind. The Knowledge is Power is the last one, which is with the knowledge of secret forbidden lore, Space Marines of this chapter are more easily able to avoid sorcery and witchcraft while under the effects of this ability. Battle Brothers within support range of him receive a +10 to any test made to resist the effects of a psychic power. This includes attempts to dodge. At rank 4, this bonus increases to +20. Here's a little handy hint. Tau don't use chaos, period.
Yeah. So, no. Yeah, I'm thinking Swift Advance is the best one for this.
I like Swift and I like Courage Under Fire.
Okay. Murdoch?
The only real problem I see with Swift, as much as I like it, is that according to our normal attack strategy, we wouldn't be just under fire most of the time. We would be trying to avoid that.
But it's going to happen.
I was gonna say the flip side of that is this would be you guys basically preparing yourself for the inevitable thing that this might happen and being ready for the situation of shit, the Tau turned on us, we're experiencing a lot of fire, and we know how to get out of that fire.
I'll definitely go with that. That's what I'm saying, because the Tau is supposed to entrench themselves. They're meant to be, hold the line.
Yeah.
We're trying to, and we're specifically designed to be countering them. So Swift Advance counters them.
Yeah,
exactly.
Swift Advance does.
I
Basically,
say Swift Advance then.
Okay. So I addressed this earlier when we mentioned that we actually do have a librarian, which means we do have some psychers. There is what's called specialty restrictions. Essentially, we just don't have that type of Marine as part of us. Do we want to roll on this chart, or do we want to include all Marine types? The only problem with this chart is if you roll, like, let's say, Apothecary, for example, and Tom wanted to be an Apothecary, Tom can no longer be an Apothecary.
Honestly, I think we should just rule out Apothecary. And my reasoning is this. We were meant, according to Doomed, we're meant to have Apothecaries go and try to fix our problem, but we were not sent with Apothecaries to further the whole idea that we're not being fixed.
So there's that, and I do think that that's cool. However, at the same time, we are a special type of Space Marine. So we should probably have apothecaries with us.
All right.
If I was going to say anything, I would say we probably don't have Devastator Marines, to be completely fair.
That would be the most logical choice.
Hmm.
That's your heavy weapon, guys.
You're gonna take the class I'm trying to go away from.
You know,
I don't think it's necessary, in all honesty. I think you guys have enough weakness that we don't need to be like, oh yeah, you guys don't have Devastators.
Yeah, to be honest, I can't think of a reason why this chapter would like turn down or not use any of the normal things. So
I think we would have Devastators.
Salamanders are really big about using whatever tools are available to them.
Yeah. I don't think we wouldn't have at least some of all the different types, because if we're a small chapter created pretty much brand new,
actually,
we would have some variety of different ones.
the chapter's veterans are not formed into the first company. I actually like that as a restriction, because instead of just putting all of our veterans in the first company, we actually spread out our veterans so more people can learn from them.
It would also make sense, yeah.
Like on the down low, they're looking for the, what do you call them? Protegent? Not the protegent.
No. We're also on the down low. We have to spread out our veterans because eventually that's all there's going to be.
Yeah.
Our veterans.
We need to keep at least one in every squad.
Not including us.
Have squads.
We're their special squad.
Okay, so I'll put chapter veterans are not formed into the first company. So this is the part that I've been real excited about: special equipment.
Yeah.
all right.
This one, I say we roll.
Oh my god, that's what I want
was
so
gonna say,
bad.
We could go with a roll. You guys could pick whatever you want to do. I like so far the way we've been doing it, which is roll and then discuss options and pick which one we like best.
I like that
There's
option
not a
because
good discussion
it
on
gives
this.
us the I'm gonna roll definitely. That's me.
I'll roll for one.
I'm gonna spend a destiny point to choose my role.
Blessed War Gear.
He's gonna burn fate before we
All
start.
right, which one did you want?
Fucking. No, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. If we get
No,
to it.
I know what I have my roll down.
Me too. I suspect I rolled what Nate wants.
Doesn't matter.
Special mount.
Everybody got the roll?
Yep.
All right, Nate, you go first because you're the one who rolled first.
I rolled a. Oh, there we go. A 30, which is the one that I wanted.
Modified jump pack.
Modified jump packs.
What? What's
That
your
sounds
reasoning?
really dangerous on a lightning planet.
Fucking jump
Yeah.
pads. No, it makes no
No,
sense.
actually, well, I mean,
No,
we
to be
did all
fair,
have the Death 7.
Seeing
so.
10-foot tall, seeing even larger Space Marines in jump packs is just scary.
Yeah.
Like, what
Oh,
the
I just
fuck?
love the idea of
Um,
fighting with fucking jump packs.
So I do like, because they actually mention the Blood Angels one right here, which is jump packs that have been shaped like angels' wings.
Mm.
It would become a question of what does your modified jump pack look like?
We have jump boots.
It's still a jump pack. Boots wouldn't be able to lift us off the ground. We need that
What
jump
was
pack
that?
to be attached to our small nuclear reactor on our backs.
Get a Mandalorian jump pack.
That's literally what those are, Jeremy.
They're like bigger versions of the Mandalorian style.
That's amazing.
Nah, I don't think jump packs would work. Not for what we're going for.
The other reason is because I wanted to roll a tech priest.
Very true.
So,
Nate, you can
Fucking
do jump. You can. Okay.
modify my own jump pack
Um,
with blackjack.
I rolled a 22, which is also a modified jump pack. So
So, like Tom said, he rolled what Nate wanted.
If you want to re-roll so we can get another option in, that's cool too.
All right,
Go
Scott, what did you get?
I got Blessed War Gear. Rolled a
okay.
57.
It's common for members of this chapter to have their war gear blessed by a chaplain before battle.
We don't have a chaplain.
Oh, do you want me to re-roll then?
No.
No, it's fine.
I just pointed out because we never rolled a chaplain.
Oh God.
No, we
That
would
would be
still
great.
have that position.
They're just not like
No
he just
special
didn't do
one.
the
He's
he
just
just didn't
not
do the
special.
super cool things
Yeah.
that all the
He's
other
not
guys did.
actually a chaplain.
It's Chaplain Steve. He's just been there the whole time, not doing anything special.
Chaplain
Alright.
Steve. That's his name now. That's his name.
Right now.
Steve.
I hope he's a tiefling.
I like Chaplain Steve.
Anytime it's
I
somebody
hope not. We gotta kill him. He's a
All right.
tiefling. He's a demon. We have to kill his ass.
Chris, I rolled a 43.
Okay, a 43 is rare weaponry, which is through the blessing of the Adaptus Mechanicus or sure good fortune. This chapter has a large stock of weaponry that is considered rare amongst chapters. It is seen as a symbol of honor to wield one of these weapons in battle. Examples include a Astartes assault cannon weapon.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's a digital weapon?
It's a ring. It's basically a ring that shoots lasers or other
Yes.
things.
They're hidden weaponry. Good for stealth.
It's rings or fingers, actually. So you can the fingers of death at your enemy.
Nice.
Oh, we could do the Force Lightning! Ah!
Incidentally, like I was about to say, rare weaponry would work in the fact that we have the non-standard lightning weaponry. So
That is true.
Hold on. So, a melt-a-gun, which is just a basic, like, kind of flamethrower kind of thing, right? The
Yep.
original melt-a-gun. If we're doing more lightning-based version, would that just be like, you know, just produces lightning in a continuous stream?
pretty much.
No, the way I'm thinking of it is like plasma is the plasma weapons inside 40k are derived from superheated gases, and it's a magma base.
Okay.
So what I'm thinking is yours is basically it's producing a micro superstorm inside the gun, and you're shooting liquid lightning at people. Like that's the plasma base is the lightning.
Liquid hot magma.
I was just thinking pulse cannon from an
Bert,
assault.
What did you roll, Murdoch?
I rolled a 92.
Okay, that is modified weaponry, which also fits with the idea of lightning weapons. Its examples are a power saber bolt pistol weighted with a butt for clubbing.
Gears of War Lancers go.
That's okay. You don't have to be sorry, Bacon, but you cannot play.
No.
Why can't he play?
Lightsabers. You want a chain sword, brother.
A what?
What you want is a chain sword. It is basically a chainsaw with a sword grip.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
there are
literally what
power
it is.
weapons, which are basically this universe versions of lightsabers.
I'm kind of sad that no one
Yeah.
got special vehicle, Chris, because then we have a legitimate reason to have our larger rhinos.
That's true.
Bikes.
Wait, doesn't someone else still have to roll? Or is that
no.
everybody?
Everybody
I
rolled.
just for the fun of it. If you guys are curious what I ended up with, I got Totemic Charm, which is strong beliefs in the icons of either the Emperor or their Primarch. Battle brothers from this chapter would never be caught with without such icons on their person. Example is Chapel Heraldry on a necklace, Imperial Aquila tattooed over the right eye.
All right.
Rrrr.
Doesn't
We're
feel
not-
quite right for this chapter.
No.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking probably
Rock symbols.
modified weaponry or
I got rare weaponry.
rare
Yeah.
weaponry.
I'm thinking rare.
So I'm gonna go
as
with my.
much as Nate really wants his modified jump pack.
Nate understands.
It makes this much sense.
If you did 0, then you were correct.
I made a 0 with my hand.
Okay.
I say rare weaponry, so I'm gonna go with my choice. Yeah.
So the chapter beliefs is the next bit here, which is basically what the chapter holds to be true. There are a couple different options: reserve the Primarch, the Emperor above all, honor the ancestors, death cult, totem creature, purity of man, steel over flesh, and esoteric beliefs. To give you an idea, the salamanders kind of fall underneath the purity of man group. I believe. Let me just double check. No, they don't. Sorry. They probably fall under esoteric beliefs, actually.
I mean, because they believe perfectly fine in the Emperor and all, but they believe they're the only ones who really believe in also saving the common man.
Yeah.
Do you guys have an idea, or do you guys want to go with a roll and just see what happens?
I kind of like totem creature.
It fits
Really?
with the salamanders because they have a. I mean, they're named after the salamanders. If we wanted to go, it's like I threw something out there. We wanted to go with something like storm dragons. It's something we saw in the sky in this world, and it's something that kind of symbolizes what we are. I guess.
I'm okay with that. I like that. Like the mythological dragon, just in general, being self so powerful in self, able to take on legions of men, and their ability to also worry about the little shit underneath them.
Dragons aren't typically known for that. Or at least most legends I'm aware of.
Neither are mythological fire lizards.
Well, how about Thunderbird?
Zapdos.
The Zapdoses.
We are guided by the one divine ruler, Zapdos.
Team Valor.
The Zapdoses.
Team Valor all the way, man. But
At that point, we're the Instinct Marines.
I don't know if we can do this.
I
Murdoch.
do like the space sharks, for example. It mentions that they file their teeth to sharp points to replace to replicate that of their totem creature, which you guys could do something similar. Like if you're a dragon.
Well,
or a
actually, I was going to say, in a sense, you said the wrinkles of salamanders become kind of glowy red.
Yeah, they have kind of a red pigment to them.
And we were kind of thinking about
blood or magma.
I was gonna say we were kind of thinking of the same line, but Nate mentioned something offhand I like that could work with this. Instead of having wrinkles that become bluish, our wrinkles don't do anything, but scars tend to glow, and we get lightning scars literally by letting ourselves get hit by lightning.
Yours is going to be right on your forehead.
I'm
Potter
okay
style.
with that.
I like that. I like that a lot.
I mean,
And they become unique scars. They glow, and the larger the scar, the more.
I would think that what it is you guys, when you get a wound and it's healing, it looks like a bolt of lightning on you almost every time. If you were to not pick at them and cause them to become scars, they would heal just fine. But you guys ritually pick at them.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's something minor, but something it would just fit.
Yeah,
So
I
are we
like that.
going for the esoteric beliefs? Is that what's going down?
I think it's under totem. Actually, you could do that because technically we're revering the
so
scar.
instead of
are we gonna go with
totem
the
creature,
Thunderbird?
could it be totem
Yeah, I
Uh-oh.
mean, we can make okay. So they leave out custom psychic powers. We could use the salamander's custom powers. So,
Yeah,
which there's 3 of them. No,
Fear
there's
of the Salamander, Heat of the Furnace, Nocturne's Fire, Vulcan's Anvil. Yeah, there's 4.
so current chapter status would be the next one.
I would say under strength, but not for the reasons it states, just because of the reasons we already stated.
Actually, I think endangered makes more sense.
So I'm gonna roll high-low on endangered under strength
All right,
Hi.
for what I was just gonna make endangered low number and then under strength be the high number.
Oh, I wanted high for endangered.
Okay. So high for endangered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you guys are endangered.
Yeah,
Yes. Yes.
We only have a couple companies. Jeez, we're actually smaller than we were expecting.
I have a good way for this to start then.
recruitment drive.
We go to the local mall and set up a booth.
Fuck you, man! I'm
You
taking my
want to
lemonade
come
stand.
to our very shitty planet?
I'm getting my Space Marine lemonade stand right outside our fortress.
We bring those little electric arc globe things, and they're everywhere along the booth.
How would you
Yep.
like to serve the Emperor? Defeat the
That's
Tau
so
at every turn.
Oh
Let's-
God, we're a sales pitch.
Chapter friends.
We don't have those.
Imperial Guard.
No. We have one friends. Their name are the Salamanders.
I like that.
No.
Hold on. Imperial Guard raised from a specific world.
Okay, no. Let's roll this one.
But
Let's
Imperial
do
Guard.
2 friends.
Like, I think a case could be made for the Adaptus Mechanicus.
Yeah, I wouldn't lie. That could be 2.
So who wants to make a roll? Because
I just did. I already rolled one.
What was
Roll
that?
in D20 so everybody sees it.
Okay, I'll roll in D20 because you want to be specific.
These.
Ah,
Wait, what?
frickin- sorry.
3
Like-
and 5.
35?
No,
Yeah.
35.
Adaptus Astra Telepathica. Now,
Nice.
That sounds cool.
Actually,
that's a
extremely-
navigate. That's
that's
actually
extremely
really
good to
good.
have.
It's really fucking good to have.
Yeah.
Just in general.
We're friends with the people who let us fly spaceships.
Accurately.
Murdoch, do you still have
Yes,
the name chart in
accurately.
front of you?
The what?
The name chart in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a Iron Hand 8.
Iron Hand 8. Oh, God damn it. Sorry, the thing is being
I think
slow.
they're in the core book anyways.
Why is it being... Sorry, I don't have the chart in front of me. It's being stupid slow.
Okay.
If you give me a second, I can attempt to put it in there.
I do not have the chart in front of me.
Do you want to come back to that?
Yeah. So who's making the next roll?
Me.
Okay.
Roll in D20 then, because
take
they
the
made
one
me
after.
roll it, Nate.
Yeah. I'm really hoping I get a 51 to 55.
I'll roll after for the next thing.
Oh, 81. What's 81?
81.
Got it.
The Inquisition.
81 is a star. Wait.
Yeah. I don't feel like that makes sense.
No, aren't we just going against the Tau?
Oh no,
No.
we're still on the friends table.
I mean, Inquisition does work because the Inquisition
Oh, gotcha.
has a specific chapter that's for fighting off Xenos, the Xenos threat. So most likely he's from that part.
Also, it would make
Like
sense. For,
Inquisition something or other Xenos.
I mean, Chris, it would also make sense. It's not the largest part of the Inquisition, so it's a small chapter for them. They would of course be willing to send out an Inquisitor with us as a small chapter
Right.
if he came out with us, or at least be willing to talk to us.
Here we go. Let's see here. So for the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, that is going to be Sephron.
I already gave you the name for the... Or I have the name for the other one, unless you pulled it up as well.
What is it?
I'm just gonna fucking... You said Space Wolves, right?
No,
Iron
I
Hand.
originally said the Iron Hand people, but
They're not in there.
yeah. I'm just going to use a Black Templar name then.
Okay.
8 was Conrad. So Grand Inquisitor Conrad on... I want to say Liechtenstein. but something-
Stoop. SCHTUPP.
Vanya Kowalski III.
Von Stoop.
You guys are ridiculous.
Got it. Conrad Boss.
Because he is the boss.
It's BASAS. Grand Inquisitor Conrad Boss of the Xenos chapter. All right.
Do we really need to roll for enemies?
And a chapter enemy. I don't know that we have to roll for that, considering
Tau's there.
the Tau general.
Unless we want a secondary enemy.
We've got the Tau.
Yeah. I think like the orcs sometimes make an appearance in their sector of the world, but
They always make an appearance.
yeah,
They're orcs. They do orc things.
they're literal fungus. They're everywhere.
Psychic fungus. That's the orcs.
All
All
right.
right. So chapter name.
Yeah, we're finally on it.
So we can go with something that makes sense, or we can just pick like an adjective and then attach it to something, because that's basically how the chart works. So
Storm dragons worked pretty well.
The
For
name of-
funny,
here we go. The name of the chapter often describes it in some way, linking Battle Brothers essential to the chapter or mission, or essential character or mission. There are many ways in which they might be given their title. Sometimes the High Lords of Terra bestow the name on the chapter's founding, linking it in some sacred duty to the chapter must perform. In cases with the Praetors, meaning guardians of Orpheus. Basically, blah, blah, blah. So when inventing a name for your new chapter, the best source of is the character of the chapter itself. 2 tables presented here provide names and ideas. So 127 is name adjectives, and 129 is chapter name nouns.
Well, dragons are under that.
I do see dragons.
And Storm is under the other, so
It could be something like that, or you guys could stick with, like, I saw Storm Drakes, Tempest Wyverns. It seems like we're going to go with lizard-like heraldry.
So for fun, I rolled a 75 and then a 72, and it came out to space swords.
That's pretty good.
I'm gonna roll because I want to know.
That's pretty good.
We get to be Sokka's space swords, the Space Marine chapter.
Let's see. I rolled death.
I got
Death
Star Sentinel.
I got death rampagers.
What?
Yes, death rampagers.
interesting. I got golden guards.
Yeah, you're fucking from the Ultramarines.
I got space valedictors.
Valedictors.
Valedictors, yeah.
What the fuck?
Valedictors, yeah.
Seekers of truth.
I got
basically.
stale valedictors. Telling you should just go with storm dragons. It worked.
Space hands.
That's fine.
Oh, God.
I like the idea that I was thinking about it, and I like that, like, when we came to there's this creature that we see off in the distance on the planet, but none of the members of the chapter have ever actually met and engaged. Like, we see it, it watches us, and we watch it back, and we see it kind of fly away, and like it seems to be able to direct the storm.
Ooh.
So it is kind of like a pseudo mythical creature for us to work towards and stuff. I don't know. It's just something I was thinking about.
I'm still cool. I'm really cool with Storm Dragon.
You guys want to go with any sort of battle cry, or just kind of develop that as we go?
Develop it as we go.
Yeah, we'll come into something.
Gronk!
For the storm! I don't...
Nah.
I imagine that our heraldry will be something along the lines of like a dragon, but my idea is something like it's a dragon with wings spread, but instead of having like the bat-like wings,
It's lightning.
there's just like a web of lightning.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
Chris,
Uh-huh.
just use that for you know.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I imagine that that's what you guys see. Some people think it's the storm itself playing tricks on you guys.
It's like
And
seeing
then
it's
other
like seeing
times-
it's like seeing shapes in the clouds. We always believe we're seeing like a thunder, like a dragon in built from the clouds.
Okay. Livery, which is the colors you wear. Typically, salamanders, as you can tell, are green.
I say we go with purple.
I like gray, and
I'm trying to remember what their colors are. They are green and gold.
green, gold, and I think they have red heraldry.
Yes.
I think we should go. I think we should go with a charcoal color. Actually, because real storm clouds are charcoal colored. They're not
Yeah,
gray.
they're like a dark, almost black.
I was gonna say Murdoch. Charcoal's good. I still say purple.
I say
like
butt sex.
I say charcoal is primary with a secondary of dark blue or dark purple.
Yeah, I like that.
Me too.
I like the purple.
So what? Black, blue, purple.
The gray and purple.
or dark blue.
We're the
Charcoal-
Bruised Marines.
It's like essentially charcoalish
Ow.
and blue and purple.
Hmm.
I think the heraldry being like. I don't know.
So we got charcoal with blue and
I
then
like-
purple accenting.
I like charcoal with purple trim and a blue herald. Actually,
We could be charcoal and purple, and then like the symbol of our clan or sorry, our chapter could be the blue part.
Stop talking, Scott. I just love the way
A
you.
slightly nicer way to put that is basically what Nate was suggesting as well.
What's that?
Oh, okay.
The same color scheme he said.
Yeah. Scott, I was just giving you shit. You didn't actually have to stop talking.
So the next
I
thing to
don't think
look
I
at
was
is
talking anyway, so it's okay.
our custom chapter advance table. We could either use the one that the salamanders have, or we can choose a different one. The salamander advances include lore common tech all the way up to +20, tech use all the way up to +20, cleanse and purify, duty unto death. Keep in mind that you guys haven't looked at the rules, so just pick something that sounds good as I read these. Good reputation, hammer blow, hatred, dark eldar, which I'd assume we'd change to hatred tau for us. Artificer ×3, peer, any signature war gear, talented intimidate, and talented trade armor. The other options would be they're grouped based upon what they do. So one of them is called like strength of arms, death from afar, knowledge is power, command without doubt, behold our wrath, secret lore, no respite to the enemy, honored war gear, demon bane, and Xenos bane.
I like Honor Thy War Gear and Xenos Bane. I think they fit best.
I actually like no respite for the enemy advances
But
and honor thy war gear. Because tactics and concealment is basically what we do.
It's tactics dodge, some gunslinging abilities, 2-weapon ballistics, 2-weapon melee, and mighty shot. So it's tactics and shooting is what no respite for the enemy is.
Yeah, the reason that I say dodge, because, lots of lightning,
Mm-hmm.
is we have to dodge snipers, basically.
Yep, I like that. I like Honor Thy War Gear for the same reasons, basically. I mean, we lose out on the dodge, but we gain things like exotic weaponry, which I feel like is something that we would have. Especially if we go with the rare weaponry or modified weaponry stuff.
Point.
Xenos Bane because Tau.
Xenos Bane.
That was kind of duh. That was kind of
Yeah, Xenos Bane is like super specific. It's like Forbidden Lore Xenos, more Forbidden Lore stuff, and then
basically it's hatred and then hunter. That's kind of it.
It's apropos, but a little bland.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we wouldn't use it. So I'm actually leaning towards Honor Thy War Gear.
How many do we get? We only get to choose one?
One.
Yeah.
And then
There's
we get...
also the Salamander one, which is the one I read earlier.
Yeah, I do like the Salamander one too. Like for me, it's between the Salamander one and I guess Honor Thy War Gear.
Let me look at the Salamander one. Salamander lore.
Like I said, the only thing we would change is hatred to Tau in the Salamander advances.
Which one is it again?
Page 26 in the PDF.
On the core?
No, in First Founding.
First Founding.
Oh, first. Okay, yep.
The problem with that tech use, we also get like some core ones from our class that we choose,
Yes.
right?
We get some core ones from the class. We get the general
we
ones.
choose from, but you also get your class stuff.
So you
What's
get the general ones.
ones.
There's just general Space Marine ones. Simple as that.
There's that. General Space Marine Advance.
It's in the core.
Yeah. So you have your general Space Marine
There's-
advances. You have your specialty ones, which is your class. And then you have your chapter one.
The chapter ones fine-tune you into, like, it makes it very specific to what your chapter does, which is why the Xenos one is like, fuck aliens.
It's fuck this particular alien.
Yeah.
Fuck this alien in particular.
I don't know what independent targeting does.
I'll take a look.
I really like Honor War Gear for concealment, to be honest.
I do as well, but I mean, it's either dodge or concealment. Is
I think-
basically what we're picking from.
I like concealment more.
Before we get too far, let's look at concealment to make sure it does what we think it does.
Well, we
I
took
assume
Swift
concealment is
Advance,
stealth.
right?
There is a silent move ability, which covers silent movements, and concealment, it does not say. I assume that that's stealth then, based upon what I'm looking at.
We
Nope.
took Swift Advance, right?
It's all in the chapter stuff.
Swift advance? Yes, we did.
So the dodge plus 20 would be really nice.
For those of you wondering, independent targeting. The character has developed his peripheral vision and situational awareness to a point where he can fire it in two directions within a split second. When firing two weapons as part of a single action, the target need not be fewer than 10 meters apart. So basically, when you do wield, you can do one of these.
Tom, you're crackling.
Basically, when you use two weapons, you can fire two different targets without considering how close they are to each other.
The concealment skill is used to hide things from small objects to vehicles to starships, even hello, Ariel. Even oneself, use of the skill requires appropriate environment to mask the item in question, such as buildings and trees or asteroid field. Concealment is always an opposed test, pitting the character's concealment against his opponent's awareness or scrutiny. Thus, the character only makes a test when someone looks for him. If the character or the object he intends to hide remains perfectly still, he gets a plus 10 bonus to the skill test.
Okay. So here's something else to think about. Dodge is a reaction and can be used each turn to keep you alive. Just to give you a heads up.
Can you react to as much as you want, or is it just one thing?
You get one dodge, one parry per turn. Or
Okay.
per round, rather.
And since we have the Swift Advance, we can use that to move extremely quickly.
What does Swift Advance do?
Helps us move pretty fast under cover fire.
Yeah, if we
In
dodge
squad
a
mode.
ranged attack, we can use our reaction to make a full movement.
Yeah, so no respite for enemy advances looks pretty good.
Yeah, they tie in really well.
The only issue is like for me, is I will never use the 2-weapon wielder or the 2-weapon stuff or the mighty shot. Like that's just, if we could replace that with some other talents,
I'm gonna say
maybe
no
the exotic weapon training from the Honor Thy War Gear advancements.
Yeah, I could do that.
You could swap the talents.
Yeah, I'd be willing to do that. They cost the same.
To swap out the exotic for the 2 weapons?
Yeah.
You take no respite for the enemy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay with that.
Yeah, so we'd lose Gunslinger, 2-weapon, and Mighty Shot for exotic, rapidly reload, and independent targeting, which sounds amazing. Yeah, sounds good.
Does that add up, right?
Gunslinger and independent targeting don't replace each other.
Huh?
Independent targeting and gunslinger do not replace each other.
Yeah, 1/700, 1/600.
So you're going to keep Gunslinger in the talent tree?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that has a prerequisite of 2-weapon wielder ballistic.
Wielder. I mean, yeah.
So
Correct.
we have to keep like one of the exotic and
You can still take
I
it.
believe you get 2-weapon wielder as an option inside your Space Marine tree.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
okay.
because you see it here doesn't mean it exists nowhere else.
okay.
Depending on your special, like a tech marine, I don't fucking know. Like a tech marine may not get 2-weapon wielder, or like a sniper class may not get 2-weapon wielder. But if you take like just a typical assault marine, you probably have the ability to wield two weapons like that. So you can still snag gunslinger from that tree.
Mhm. Gotcha.
Also, a big thing that this does is it often grants you access to a lot of these talents earlier than you might otherwise have seen them.
Yes. There's a lot of customization and tweaking that you can do, and it's really built towards that. So the higher you advance, the more access to stuff you get. Eventually, the way the game pans out is you all basically have access to a lot of the same things. It's just a question of when you get them.
It's a spend skill type system.
Basically, you spend
For,
experience, and once you
progression
spend, yeah,
Yeah.
once you spent a certain amount of experience, you unlock the next tier of upgrades available.
Gotcha.
All right, so that is a Space Marine chapter.
The space swords.
Actually, quite happy with the origins of the space swords, or as we've come to know them, the Storm Dragons.
Oh man,
It was our prototype name, and then it was like, fuck, look at that dragon out there. That's what we should be calling ourselves.
shit, that's way cooler.
Legend said
We don't even like swords.
sticked around the chapter for the first couple of days before it got changed.
There's like one guy who's still like, I still think we're the space swords, man.
Shut up, Steve.
We like to Steve.
What is it?
One
what
of our
was-
chapter masters or the librarian that's lost.
Yeah,
back
the
with
chapter librarian
back-
lost comes back and he's like, what the fuck, guys? You guys changed heraldry on me.
He's wielding a sword like, nah, man, we don't do that anymore.
So I'd like to add to the librarian that's missing. The Storm Dragon was not reported inside your chapter until after his disappearance. Some say he might be the Storm Dragon.
Oof.
I'm okay with that.
I like it.
I love it.
The Storm Dragon is him reminding us that he's still out there.
Maybe.
No, I fucking love it.
All right. What classes do people want to play now?
I have to look at them.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
Probably Devastator.
It's the core book for now.
yeah. Like, here's my question: do we want to roll for them? Because I was thinking like we could either like roll for characteristics or roll for specialties. Not necessarily both though.
What do you mean characteristics? Just out of curiosity.
Stats,
Like-
ability scores.
Yeah, ability scores.
Well, you're gonna roll ability scores regardless.
All right. Yeah. So in that case, we probably should like pick them.
So, do we want to do it? I think it normally has you roll top to bottom, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I would. I'm okay with that, but I would not want to be host into a particular role that I don't want to do because my stats say that I have to be the melee guy.
So
Fair enough.
So
I-
I'm okay with, like if we do that, I'd say we roll that out and then we're allowed a certain number of like trades.
So the way the book is defaulted is you roll down the line, and because you are of the Emperor's Chosen and there's a lot of gene modification that goes into you, you may re-roll one of them.
Okay.
One. Okay.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't like wind up saying I want to be a psyker and then you roll crap
Now-
willpower.
I was going to say, if you really have your heart set on something, I'll let you trade one stat over to the thing that you really want to be. But I need to
Okay
know
with
that
that.
before you start doing stats. If you've got
Okay
your
with
heart set on something.
Okay. As for like what I want to try out, I figured like I'd want to be either tech marine or librarian.
Is this inside the specialty section?
Yes.
I'm leaning towards tech marine myself.
Okay.
So what they're talking about is the specialties, which is
Yeah.
like apothecary, assault marine, devastator, librarian, tactical marine, and tech marine.
I was thinking about either librarian or apothecary because I assumed those two would not be taken. But I'll let Tom be the librarian because I'm totally okay with that.
I forget what the apothecary does. Is he like the medic?
Mhm.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yep, I got it now.
So we roll 2d10 starting with weapon skill.
Correct.
Do you want us to roll in roll
And you
20
add 30 to
or?
it. So it's 2d10 plus 30.
Yeah, because we're fucking Space Marines. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, you said 2d10 plus 30?
Yes.
Okay. Also, tell me what you guys think. I got a giant thing.
It's okay. Did you make that yourself?
There's a generator for it.
There's a generator. I like it. I like it.
It's not bad.
I like it a lot. Is the dragon actually blue? It just looks kind of samey as the
Blue.
dragon.
It's hard to tell with that one.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
Might want to change
The face
wing
grill.
color, though.
The
But I
eyes,
like it. I like it.
I made only a couple things blue.
Make the eyes like a bright blue.
I was considering it.
Like lightning
Cool.
kind of
Exactly.
coming
Yeah.
from them. Yeah.
We actually got my character
I
sheet, so I can say-
believe that the type of character I wanted to do was an assault.
Yes. If you want to be melee assault.
Kind of doing like a hand-to-hand or like shock trooper type of feel. So assault would definitely be it.
Let's see.
Assault is melee weapon focused, and then there's tactical marine, which is kind of the well-rounded one. So if you were looking for like combat shotgun / mixing it up with like a melee weapon, that's probably more of a tactical marine. If you were looking for more of a melee on melee, that's going to be the assault marine.
Okay, I'll read over the two of them.
Now, Chris, when we generate characters, do we go down the line or can we just put the number where we want?
Down the line.
Down the line.
Alright.
Well, I'm gonna fuck ton of weapon skill then.
That's exact. 48 on my weapon skill.
I rolled a 19, Murdoch. Yeah.
I rolled a 19 on my toughness, so I'm pretty happy about that, actually.
I'm not happy because I'm gonna get crappy for
It's like I
ballistics.
said.
That's what I want to do.
You guys can re-roll one and bucket. You can all swap one to whatever your primary
We
status.
can't re-roll one. That is a nasty re-roll. I'm going to keep it. I don't know where I'm going to stick it.
I'm just gonna start rolling.
Okay.
Well,
So what are people leaning towards? So that way we have an idea.
Well,
sounds like we have a tech marine already, and we have a librarian already.
Yep.
Murdoch, I'm going Devastator.
You and a devastator. Scott, what are you doing?
I'm still trying to figure out if I'm going assault or tactical. What are we rolling again? 2d10 plus 30? Is that what it was?
One of the characteristics. So this is how it works. Scott, inside roll 20, there's a thing that kind of looks like a newspaper on the
okay.
upper right-hand side.
Yeah, I got it. Character
Click on
sheet.
that. You'll see one that says your name. Click on that.
Yep.
Then click on character sheet.
Yep.
And these are the characteristics that you're filling in.
Okay, cool. Thanks. And the rolls, though, was 2d10 plus 30. What was it?
Yes, it's 2d10 plus 30 for each one of those boxes.
Okay, cool. Thanks. 3.
And it's going to go top to bottom and then go to the next column to the right, top to bottom.
So I was rolling really well. I felt like I was cheating, and then I got to will, and I rolled a 3. I was like,
Nate, my worst is intelligence. I rolled a 5.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oh, my worst
But-
is dumb. I rolled an 8.
But all my fucking attacking skills are stupidly high.
Yeah, I know. Me too.
yeah,
Weapon
same.
skill 49, ballistics 46, strength 45, toughness 45, agility 42, perception 41.
I got 48, 45, 45, 49, 46, 38, 46, 40, 44. And I have a double 10 sitting on deck for depending.
So I am gonna re-roll my intelligence because Chris, are we allowed to
Oh,
re-roll?
God.
No. Are we allowed to re-roll?
You are allowed to re-roll one.
No,
you can re-roll one, and you can rearrange one stat once you're all done.
so I can do both of those, right?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. Okay, I'm re-rolling for my intelligence then.
And I'm going to re-roll my intelligence.
I rolled better. I rolled an 11, so 41. And I'm going to exchange my weapon skill for my ballistic skill.
Man, I am so average. Like I'm getting like ranging from 8 to 12 on like all of these.
I now have 2 stats under 40.
God, I am so bland.
Tom, trust me.
Go,
I feel
go,
like
tactical
I feel like you'll get around this. And plus, you're what? You're a tech priest, right?
No,
You're a librarian. Yeah, you're a psyker. What do you care, man? You're all just as long as your willpower is high, you're good.
yeah, rolling that now.
You need one good skill.
Yeah, okay.
You can re-roll it, just
Yeah, I got a 15. I should probably keep that.
See, look at that. 45. Your psyker is coming to fruition. And plus, you're all about. I mean, you're good.
Oh God!
Why?
I rolled a 1.
You can't roll a 1. You can roll a 2.
Oh wait.
You roll 2d10s. Add them together and then add 30.
I think you lost a D10.
Yeah,
You've been
I
doing
got
it
a
for
0 and a 1.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's an 11.
Yeah, that's an 11.
Oh God!
I got
Have you been doing?
Considerably better.
No, that's
That is
way better. Yeah. Well, it's
That's
my-
better by 10.
That's like 11 times better.
When you say 11, do you mean?
No, it's 11. No,
I know, but he's just killing me with it.
I know it's annoying. All right, now I suck chapter. Hey, guess what? I choose Storm Dragons.
Oh, I don't know that I want to choose Storm Dragons.
I mean, Ultramarines
Come
are
on, don't be that
pretty
guy.
good.
Wait for chapter.
Yeah.
All right,
Which food rig?
Chris, I'm going to go with Ultramarines if you don't mind.
I do.
KOS.
What's KOS?
Kill on sight. I'm being stupid.
See, chapter.
Wait, I thought that our chapter was Salamander.
No. That's who we
That's
are
who we originated from.
We are
So-
Storm Dragons.
Just make that say Storm Dragons instead.
Oh yeah. But
Specialty. Devastate.
Storm Drakes or Storm Dragons?
Storm Dragons. Because that was officially on the actual list that we could roll.
Chapter Demeanor.
Let me find that for you guys.
I believe we went with the
It's
Salamander.
it's the Promethean cult.
Yes. Which I would put on there, Promethean Cult, parentheses, Rites of Battle, page 20 something. Give me a second.
No problem.
Is it weird that your Psyker got a 50 in Fellowship?
A little bit. Usually psychers don't have very good fellowship.
I am so charismatic.
You are Tom. Like I said, you'll figure a way to do this. You're a charming psyker.
He gets perils of the warp, and then he just babies the demons away.
Scott, I need to know if you're going with Assault Marine or Assault Marine is the
Sorry.
close combat specialist.
Yeah. What's
Okay.
the big difference between tactical and? I mean, he
Tactical is
said-
the well-rounded Marine.
Assault is jump packs.
Tactical
Assault is
generally
what?
use.
You get too many people talking. What was that, Chris?
The big difference is Assault focuses on jump packs right away.
Huh.
Assault Marines are melee specialists. They are very good at getting into melee as well. Hence jump packs. They're mobile and they get access to the higher focuses, I guess, more for melee stuff earlier.
So Promethean Cult is page 22 of First Founding.
How old are we?
Young. Just kidding.
I'm just gonna put question mark. Build. Big.
Space Marine.
Big Space Marine. Gender.
Resembling Age of Space Marine.
Gender. Space Marine.
Yeah, you guys would all be pretty young, actually, as far as Space Marine standards. You wouldn't have like thousands of years under your belt unless you spent time as a salamander before you split with the new founding.
I would say if we were normal in Space Marines, yeah, we could say that.
Oh, that's right.
should
Because you are a Primaris. You're probably only like 100 years old at this point.
I'm at the tender age of 98.
I'm at the tender age of 50.
You want to be brand? You want to even be more brand new ones, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'll go younger than that then. I'll match. I'll get closer. I'm gonna go with 55.
Build
Okay.
Space Marine.
I put
Yeah.
big.
I'm going assault because that makes sense for a younger one. Because being up close, you'll die quicker.
Then I will go with tactical, I think, just because that's the bulk of the forces, and we don't have a tactical Marine, which would probably be our best. Either that or apothecary.
Can never go wrong with an apothecary. To be fair.
Well,
And did you
starting
say
at
you wanted to consider apothecary, Murdoch?
Yeah, they do heal, but last time we did a game like this, I played a medic.
But they're not, like I said, Murdoch, I told you earlier, they're not much of a healer. You don't have to focus on it. Focus on the getting rid of corruption for Tom.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That's a
That
huge
is
part.
very true. You can do that.
Yeah.
And you can give them a partial psycho abilities if you take the right talents.
So,
You just have the extra ability of healing a little bit.
Yeah, but I don't get all the the weapon ballistic stuff in the apothecary shit. Like, it's just fucking terrible.
Then take the General Space Marine
you
shit.
get that from General Space Marine.
You can literally build yourself more of a General Space Marine with just a bit of apothecary tacked on.
Yeah.
You can just ignore it, but you actually can ignore the apothecary specialty.
Let's see. So you guys are aware, if I was to go to Assault Marine, for example, which is what Scott has, there's a part on your character sheet that talks about what your rank is.
Yes.
When you start, your rank is based upon the amount of experience that you have. Where is the ranking? Never mind. This does not work the way that I thought it did. You're rank 1.
Yep.
Rank is just plain
in the
number.
other books, the ranks actually have meaning. Like they say what you are. So if you were a tech priest, you're a technographer at rank 1 or whatever.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm not liking is because I love that. Also, Murdoch, I mean, not Murdoch, Chris, you're allowing the Deathwatch ones, right? Deathwatch advances, right?
Sorry, say again?
Are you allowing the Deathwatch advances?
What do you mean?
The advancement ranks. Are you allowing for those ones also?
Okay, I need you to get a little more specific because this book says Deathwatch a lot of times.
So they're under specialties in chapter 2. There's General Space Marine advances, and then Deathwatch advances, chapter advances. So
Okay.
he's talking about the Deathwatch rank tree.
Yeah. Sorry.
Where is it located? What page?
Page 65.
65?
65 on the PDF. No, sorry. But yeah, 64 you'll see in the bottom left. Deathwatch advances. I'm just reconfirming.
Because you guys are not part of the secret special group or
No
Deathwatch
problem.
at the moment.
I'm just trying to figure out what I have available to me.
All right. So I am going to go with Apothecary just because
When
I
you
don't...
when you go to your class, it calls it Deathwatch Apothecary. That's fine. But the ones on 65 there, not
Yeah.
fine.
That's fine.
So advanced skills are the first thing they get. That's the first tick, right?
For the character sheet, let me look
Yeah.
here. God damn it. person who put this thing together did not clearly label that shit. If I remember right, it's like basic plus 10 plus 20 is how it goes. What are you talking about in reference to something I can look at and understand? You said advanced what? Where is that coming from?
Oh, and the starting skill of the Deathwatch Apothecary begins play with Medicaid as a trained advanced skill.
What page?
Page 70.
Okay. As trained advanced skill. Okay. So
Yes, trained is the first tick.
So the skill is called advanced, which an advanced skill means that you have to actually be taught how to use it. A basic skill, you do not. And trained is the category of what tick you have, which is the first box there. There's
It's the
trained
second box.
plus 10.
Right?
Let me pull up a real character sheet so I can try and make sense out of this thing.
Yeah, because I got the real character sheet at the back of the book, and it says basic, trained, plus 10, plus 20.
Yes, then that's how it should be. I don't know why this person did things the way that they did. So it's at the very back of the book. I hate when people don't label their stuff right. Okay. So everything on this sheet looks like it's been marked for basic, and we'll have to change the ones that are basic or that are actually advanced.
Trained.
We got you.
We'll have to untick the basics from the ones that should be unticked. For example, acrobatics is currently ticked on everyone's sheet. You're going to have to
cannot
unclick
untick
that.
it.
You can't unclick it. You just move it.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. So 4 boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4.
After the fact, so we can just say that box 2 is, or box 1 is untrained, box 2 is trained, or basic, box 3 is advanced, box 4 is plus 10, box 5 is plus 20.
All right, agreed.
Yeah, I'm good. Remember that.
Scott, I'm touching things on your sheet. Don't freak out.
Go ahead.
Where do I put my special ability?
Oh, okay. Well, that's convenient. That's yeah, there's not a good way to determine because the sheet actually does it on its own. So like when you click on the boxes, the first box means it's basic. The second is wait, hold on.
That's
So fucking annoying with this. Okay, the first box means it is an advanced skill. It looks like if I move it to the second box, let me check acrobatics here. No modifier. That actually rolls something.
Yeah, it did.
Yes, it did, but I'm still going through here. Let's use
time-
one fillable sheet because screw this roll 20 sheet. It's all dorked up.
Okay, where's the form fillable sheet?
I
Jeremy's my backup.
I got it.
Do I already have it?
You should.
Probably.
Yeah. I have one from I don't know when. I think it's from way back when we made these the first time.
Hold on.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, it should be fine, theoretically.
The one I had was a specific Deathwatch one.
All right. So let's copy this main server. 40, 42, 38.
Oh, that's weird.
What's
Hmm.
that?
I can't tick in the mods on the form fillable sheet. I can't like click the button to say that I'm trained in something.
Sorry, I didn't make this one. I just kind of found this one quickly before the game today. Let me see if I can find a better one.
That one. I know we've had one before that we used.
Not a specific Deathwatch one.
Renown, experience. We have a force field. That's kind of ridiculous.
I found one that I like.
Do we like it though?
It's
It's
a really basic one.
it's basic, but it works completely.
Wait, what you're saying is
Yeah, that's the one I just. That's the one I just got. This one, it's kind of basic, but it's very easy to read.
It's very easy to read. Everything's exactly as you would like it.
just basic.
But it works very well.
Basic.
It's not
Is
pretty.
it an iPad basic?
It's an iPad basic.
Pretty much.
Oh wow, that is super not pretty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it works like crazy.
So, just as a friendly reminder to everybody, since you picked out the chapter that you did, let me go to where it is. You guys get some bonuses that I'm apparently having a hard time finding.
+2 wounds, +5 to any skill.
So make sure you change one of your skills by +5, which I assume you're all going to pick the thing that's important to you.
I, as a person who's all about wielding one giant gun, yes.
I'm assuming something strength related for me.
Weapon skill if you want to hit hard, if you want to make sure you hit more, or
yeah.
strength if you want to hit harder.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be strength with that.
If either one of them is like going to bump up into 50s and the other wouldn't, I would bump the one into 50s because every 10 is basically another modifier.
Like, I'll tell them, like my strength is a
I have shit in the
45.
50s.
Like my strength is a 45. If I gave it +5, it'd hit 50, and that'd be worth it.
Yeah.
But if it was 42, it would go to 47, which is useful later, but not right now.
Just to clarify, it is +5. You can't split them up.
Correct.
Yeah, right.
Plus 5 to one thing.
Thanks.
Like I'm actually gonna bump my ballistic skill up because it's at a 49. It'll hit 50.
Neat.
Ballistic skill is
worked out pretty well for
what is ballistic skill?
For shooting.
Shooting.
Unlike melee weapons, shooting doesn't get extra damage from like another stat. It just does a lot more damage, but melee weapons can get extra damage from strength, from the strength bonus.
Correct.
Okay, so I should switch those two since I didn't switch anything.
No, yeah, that's the one I already had.
What's that?
The character sheet that Jeremy just posted, I already had
Oh,
it.
nice.
Good one.
It's the one we had back when we were turning our Revenant characters into these guys.
Oh,
You're in a Revenant game?
Remnants, not Revenants.
Remnants, gotcha.
Now my willpower is at 50, my fellowship is 50, and I randomly rolled the gregarious personal demeanor. So this should be interesting.
Are those boxes that are above the small ones? Those are temporary boxes.
No, they
No,
add
those are-
the first number is your modifier in those.
So if it's
Oh,
a full-
If
so-
you have a 58, you would put a 5 in that smaller box. Because
Fuck,
it
I got a
depends.
whole bunch of 4s.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're gonna have a bunch of 4s and maybe some 3s.
Yeah.
And probably 1 5.
my ballistic would be a 50, would be a 5, but that doesn't have that. So
I'm trying to figure out where I want to put my +5. Is it +2 toughness or +2 hit points?
wounds.
Wounds.
Oh, okay. Woo!
Yeah,
Which is really good.
yeah, that's disgusting.
Where the hell is wound? Oh, found it.
We haven't rolled up wounds yet for anybody.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but
Like-
it's good to have.
Gotta keep that in mind.
Yeah, Warren's logic, unless I'm mistaken, is roll a d5 and add 18, and then add 2 on top of that for chapter nonsense.
do what now?
Wounds, unless I'm mistaken, is roll a d5 and add 18 to the results. And then
Right.
we, as our Storm Dragons, will add another +2 on top.
Correct. So it's a D5 plus 20.
Get back here.
Well, I don't have a D5.
So roll a d5 and add 8.
It's a D10. if you
D10 and
got-
then half.
Yeah, cut it in half essentially.
Round up or down?
1,
What'd you
2 is
get?
1, 3,
7.
4 is 2.
So,
Okay, so that'd be 4. 4 plus what?
20.
Yeah.
You keep asking as soon as I take a bite.
It's
Sorry.
18, Chris.
Plus 18.
A
Gotcha.
d5 plus 18.
Plus
Unless
20 because you guys get 2 for your chapter.
Okay, you're adding that for you're already adding it. Okay.
Oh, plus 20. Okay, so 20.
It's the D5 result plus 20. That accounts for your chapter bonus.
Yeah.
Okay.
24 wounds. Ridiculous. And
How do you get rid of corruption beyond the apothecary?
You fall to chaos. And
Yep.
you embrace corruption instead of
Pussy and trying to get rid of it.
Well, shit.
yeah.
there are other ways, but they're very hard to do.
Does this, the character sheet that we're using, does the skill shit automatically populate from
no.
like
Nothing-
before?
no.
Like I'm supposed to clear that shit out, right?
No, keep the ones that are there, keep.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Those are set to your default skill sets. And then you get more on top of that.
Oh, okay.
The one you see that check off are the ones you get for just being a space marine.
Okay, which means I have to find the section that we add from.
You're gonna get that in a second. It's
Yep.
at stage 4.
I'm waiting.
Okay. Everybody has characteristics and wounds, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
I have not done my wounds yet, but that's really easy to do. It's roll a d5 and then add 20.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What'd you get, Murdoch?
24.
All right, Nate. What'd you get for the wounds?
24.
All right, Tom. You better get 24.
Actually, I did get 24.
Everybody got 24 hit wounds.
Everybody got 24. I'm so happy.
All right, cool. It's all over now.
Okay.
I think we're on fate.
All right. Next is fate points. Everyone roll a D10, but don't shout your answers at me. Okay. Now that you have your D10 in front of you, if you got a 1 to 7 inside the box that says fate points, which I believe is towards the bottom.
Mhm.
Yep. For total, you can put in, if a result is 1 to 7, 3 fate points. If your result is 8 to 9, put in 4 fate points. And if it is 10, you get 5 fate points.
Nate, did you get a 10?
No, I got a 9.
I also got a 9.
I got an 8.
I don't believe
I rolled a
myself.
6.
All right. So agility bonuses. Does anybody have a 3 as their agility bonus?
Yes.
Okay. In the section that talks about movement, which is just above fate points, where it says half charge, full run.
Yep.
For a 3, you have a 3 half move, a 6 full move, a 9 charge, and an 18 run. For anyone who has a 4, it is 4 half, 8 full, 12 charge, 24 run. For anyone who has a 5, it is 5, 10, 15, 30.
God damn it.
For your experience, you can put in... Let me find where it talks about experience.
Should be
Bottom of the
12,000.
second page.
Last page.
It's on the second page of the character sheet? Okay.
Yeah.
Last page. Yeah.
So total experience to spend is 1,000. Spent is 1,200.
Oh, no, I think it's 12,000.
Or sorry, 12,000.
Okay,
1,002
that
spent.
makes way more sense.
1,000 to spend. 12,000 spent.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
All right.
We'll get back to that in a minute.
Excuse me.
I'm pretty tired. That's why I'm repeating everything. I just want to make sure that I get it right. That's all.
That's fine. Come back to that in a minute. You guys have standard equipment that is available to you. It is on page 28 of the core.
What happened to that roll for rare weaponry?
That involves your armory, and that will come up later in play.
Okay.
It means that your chapter has rare weapons, like a
Okay.
winged bolter or something like that.
All right. I wasn't sure how that was supposed to exactly work itself in.
So when I bestow the bolter of, Adeptus Ventus, then you have a namesake relic item type thing.
All right.
It will perform better than a normal one or have some special quality to it, but you get the idea. All right. Everyone has power armor. Everyone has a bolt pistol, which you can put inside the weapon part. You can just put bolt pistol there. You have 3 frag grenades, 3 crack grenades, K-R-A-K, a combat knife, repair cement, and 1 chapter trapping, which could be any sort of fluffy thing that says, I am a storm dragon, that you want.
Can it be my penis?
Sure.
It's like a chapter identifier.
Does it have, like, lightning bolts tattooed on it?
Yes, it does.
All right.
And the head has been modified to look like a dragon.
Yep.
I got you. I got your storm dragon right here.
You want to see my storm dragon? That's the stupid shit that soldiers do, though. So don't ask questions.
Yeah.
Tell me I'm wrong, Chris.
That piercing is actually called a storm dragon.
Okay. If you are an apothecary, because I heard we have one of those,
Yep, that's me.
you have a bolter with a fire selector,
Yeah.
a reducer, a reductor,
I don't know what that
and
does.
a narthicarium. The narthicarium is basically the special gauntlet you have that allows you to administer poisons and heal people.
Nice.
I believe we have an assault marine. You get a chainsword and a jump pack. On the
Yep.
second page where it says additional or armor additions, that top one that kind of looks like a weird jetpack thing is quite in fact a jetpack.
Click that motherfucker. Got it.
So just click in that box. Yep.
Yep.
We have a Devastator Marine who comes with a heavy bolter and a backpack ammo supply. You have a
Yep.
librarian who gets a Astartes bolter with fire selector and a force weapon.
Neat.
Tactical marine? No. And then lastly, a tech marine.
That'd be Nate.
Nate, you're a tech marine, right? Nate,
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, my headset died.
you
Okay.
are a tech marine, correct?
I am a tech marine, correct?
In addition to standard issue gear, you get a bolter with a fire selector and a Astartes servo arm as part of your power armor. And then you also get one other common craftsmanship cybernetic chosen at character creation. See cybernetics section for rules on installing further bionics.
Fuck yeah.
See King.
Fuck yeah, installing further cybernetic enhancements king.
You haven't finished upgrading.
So there's a part where you guys get to roll your pass. You guys are fairly new, so you wouldn't have. Well, I guess you would kind of have salamander pass, or we could come up with something different.
I have just born.
So the way the past is, it's basically like a battle that's made you stand out so that people took notice of you, essentially, or some sort of thing that you did. I think we'll do what we did before, which is we'll roll something and then we'll see if we can modify it to make sense to you guys.
Where do we look for what we're rolling at?
It is First Founding, page 23, Salamander Pass is where we're going to start.
33 or 23?
23.
Thank you. Is there somewhere to put this on the character sheet?
Yes, there is.
Oh, past
Event
event.
at the top.
Thanks.
So which one did you get?
Thy own hands.
Thine own hands. Let's see. Salamanders are taught the way of the forge and the furnace, instructed in methods by which weapons are created. Your war gear is a testament to that. With much of it constructed or artificed through your own skills, your weapons and armor bear intricate designs of serpents of flame. The tiniest details of their function are such that they're perfect fit for you. So all of that stuff, but probably lightning instead of flame.
And dragons instead of serpents.
Mm-hmm.
Well, technically, never mind.
So Jeremy?
I rolled the Primarch's Legacy.
Okay.
I also rolled that.
Your squad stood, with many others, beside the Forge Father in his quest to uncover the 9 artifacts left behind by Vulcan. You and your brethren fought hard against the pirate warband Iath Bloodreaver until the Eldar were burnt and broken, so the Captain Histon could claim the fabled gauntlet of the Forge.
Okay. It doesn't work for you guys.
Do you want me to roll on the Deathwatch ones?
There's not any like generic Deathwatch ones. They're like the core chapters.
Very true.
So,
But I think the only ones that don't have a pass are the By Thine Own Hands and the Burning Rock.
okay. How about this? Let's say let's call it Divine Thunder. Essentially, your character's past was you were involved in a Thunderhawk mission to take out a section of the Forge world, while your chapter Forge Master was busy destroying their Forge foundries.
Okay.
So, heart.
Basically, by doing that, you were able to provide him the support he needed to finish his task.
Way to become a legend without us, dicks.
Pretty much.
So we.
I say this is how me and Murdoch might know each other originally.
Murdoch, do you want to roll a 5 or do you want me to make something up?
I got Divine Thunder as well.
He wants to be part of the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it too, so I just figured I'll take Divine Thunder. We'll be in the same squad.
Yep. Okay. Next would be Nate.
Me?
Yes, Nate.
Okay. I got a
You want to roll or you
5.
want me to make something up?
I got a 5 for the Burning Walk. Doesn't make any sense. Make me something up.
Okay.
You story writer, you.
All right. So, yours is called Twice Struck, Never Broken. You stand out amongst your brethren because you were known to have braved a storm in the heat of battle. And in particular, you were actually struck with 2 lightning bolts that are believed to have that it would have destroyed a lesser Space Marine.
See,
I'm gonna call
Nate's
you
got- Nate-
Smokey.
Nate's got the coolest lightning scar.
But you
God
never-
damn it, Nate.
So that's passive event twice.
He probably covered it up with
Struck.
mechanical parts
Twice
too.
struck, never broken.
He can blow off his own hand with it because of the thunder. Now he's got like a tech hand
That's
or
probably
something.
where your tech replacement came from.
Yeah.
You know what it was? I was starting to do the tech replacement already, but the lightning arced through the metal bits inside of me and avoided. Oh wait, I have 2 hearts. Fuck that. Whatever, I'm just cool.
Wait, what?
Like, fuck that! I have 2 hearts.
Space Marines, we have 2 hearts.
Well, Nate, we're Primaris. Okay, we have 3 hearts.
We have backups of I think every organ,
Yeah.
if not almost every organ.
That's why
We're
they're
big enough.
That's one of the reasons we're 8 feet tall and the size of trucks. Because we
We are
basically have
trucks.
2 people inside of us.
We are 2 people.
Okay, Tom.
Let's see here.
2 Marines, 1 cup.
I got Time of Trials. Alongside many of your brethren, you stood in defense of your people during the last great upheaval of Nocturne, guarding nomads from predators and retreating to one of the sanctuary cities. Your Time of Trials was particularly tumultuous, and you slew a great number of beasts during that march. Okay, that's cool.
That's fucking cool.
This was during a siege of one of our home planets, where we had to fight off a Tau invasion. I slew a great number of Tau that day, and they did not manage to break we managed to break their siege.
I'm going to say it was the Siege of Vesta Prime.
Cool.
We can call you Stormbreaker as a nickname.
I'm okay with this.
Write that shit down. I'll do it.
I won't
Just
lie, man.
remind me
I like
later.
that. The Stormbreaker.
Yeah. Please just write it down, and I'll call you that during game. That can be our thing.
Okay. Next is Power Armor History, which I believe each chapter has one, or is it different?
Did we get to chapter demeanor? I forgot what it was.
Yes, chapter demeanor is the Promethean cult.
Promethean cult. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
For the core book, Power Armor Histories, that's on page 162. I don't know if there are other ones in other books.
No. All I'm thinking of is this, right? If we're supposed to be bigger Space Marines, and our power armor should be like not fitting the best, but we're trying to like squeeze into this like smaller Space Marine armor.
So my armor, since I crafted it myself, is the only one that actually fits me.
I think your armor fits you. It's just we're using Power Armor History basically because it's quirks of your armor. Essentially, it's a little different. So, like,
yeah,
that's funny. There's one called Fury Like Lightning.
I'm gonna roll it.
Wait, where?
Hold up.
In Power Armor History.
Fury Like. Nice.
I'm gonna roll mine.
Okay.
Hmm.
It is a D10 chart for anybody who wants to roll.
I rolled a 4.
I rolled a 5.
Death is joy.
I rolled a 5.
That is fury like lightning.
Yeah, me too.
I'm gonna roll again.
Let's see. Some warriors are simply made to kill. The armor epitomizes the archetype, and though it is a comparatively recent manufacture, numberless foes have learned to fear its countenance. The long warrior bears this. The longer a warrior bears this armor, the more the two become one. As time goes on, bring a swift end to the enemies of man is easily breathing. Add +2 damage to any of the wearer's attacks that do critical damage. Increase damage to a horde's magnitude by 1. With a god damn, that works well for me.
That's pretty dope.
Fury light lightning gives the bearer +5 agility, +1 initiative rolls.
That's pretty
so
good.
I should change. Oh wait, so that's
Interesting.
the modifier. So I should change that in my characteristic.
Yep.
Interesting. I got cower not before the enemy. This suit of armor has been obsessively maintained with marks of pride. Bears a pristine historical depictions, bedecked with slashes, helmets, crests, and banner displays. The wearer carries himself tall, often heedless of cover or stealth. The armor seemingly sabotages any attempt at subtlety and imposes a further -20 to all silent move and concealment tests. However, this also grants a +10 bonus to command tests due to the overwhelming force of authority and confidence the bearer projects.
Hold on. Don't command tests use fellowship?
Yes.
You're going to be our leader as a psyker.
I like it. The librarians are not uncommonly leaders.
No, but it's just great. Also, Tom, it's a sign that you are not meant to stealth this game.
Nope.
I think we found our squad leader.
Yep. So that +5 bonus to agility, that does not go as my actual score. It's a modifier increase of +5.
No. It goes to the score.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Okay, so I change it completely.
Yeah, so what was your agility
When
originally?
place changes, your modifier then changes.
Except that all Space Marines have unnatural toughness and strength of ×2. So your modifier should be doubled whatever's in there.
Yes, I haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but that would mean that my run increases. So can somebody with a 4 modifier for a run, please?
4, dude, it's 4. Yeah.
4, 8,
12, 24.
24. Thank you.
Okay. Is anybody missing their history?
I need one.
Nate, roll D10.
Roll D10.
I got a 7. I
7.
don't have the page open. I don't know
Terror
what
be
it does.
thy friend.
What be thy friend?
Terror.
Thy friend.
You want me to read
Fuck
it?
yeah.
You like being scared.
The wearer gains fear 1 trait against any foe engaged in melee with him, or increases his fear rating by 1 if he already possesses one.
Chris, you got to read the entire thing. That thing's amazing. I'll read it then.
Okay.
Though all suits of power armor are intimidating to say the least, the suit seems to project an air of menace and violence. Its power core periodically emits grumbles that are often confused with the growling of a wild beast. In combat,
Oh my god.
In combat, this turns into a ferocious howl and is truly a paralyzing thing to face. Numerous attempts have been made to quiet this phenomena, but tech priests have thus far been unable to appease the temperamental machine. Many bearers enhance this effect by adding terrifying reliquary inlays and scriptures of damnation, causing their impact on the weak souls of their enemies to increase considerably.
I find it hilarious that you're also a tech priest.
I know.
If you,
I gave up and embraced it.
I like that if you go to the next page, they've got a picture of power armor that I'm pretty sure counts as terrifying with all the skulls all over it.
Oh my god! It's just like inlaid
yeah.
with skulls.
Yeah, I would assume that that's Artificer.
Yeah, that's
Oh, no.
specific artifice armor.
That's
That's what it
artifice.
says.
Yeah.
Tom, your mic is screwed up.
What's going on?
Oh, better.
Okay.
Was there anybody else that needs one?
Can I be a Terminator?
Not yet.
Rock.
Can I be a Terminator?
No.
Let's see. I need to put in the stats for my power armor. All locations.
Yeah. It's 10 on the chest and 8 everywhere else.
Initiative roll.
What is it?
10 chest, 8 everywhere else.
For the record, any armor with a rating over 7 imposes a -30 to concealment tests.
Yep.
So Tom is extra visible.
I'm like -50.
No, whoa.
I think your goal is negative. Oh god.
There's no initiative on this character sheet.
Put +1 initiative next to where it says power armor history, and then we'll remember that when it comes time, ideally.
Okay. Yeah, we might have to edit this thing a little.
There's not a initiative box on there for a reason. It's basically an agility test. You get +1 when it happens.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What's this wee mammal?
That's why I said we.
So under Space Marine abilities, there's all of the stuff you get for being a Space Marine.
Hooray!
It's mostly like situational bonuses and such.
Ambidextrous, start his weapon training,
But
bulging biceps.
you guys do have a Becher gland, which allows you to spit poison at people, which I always find hilarious.
Hold on, what?
Can we spit fire, or sorry, thunder instead of?
You didn't know that Space Marines can spit toxins at their enemies.
Yep. That's the thing we have.
It's a range of 3 meters, a damage of 1d5, and it's toxic. If you hit the target with 3 or more degrees of success, you've blinded them for 1d5 rounds.
We should be putting this in our weapons.
We have better things than that.
Yes.
Our weapons fire small rocket-propelled grenades.
Hold on. Oh, thank God. I start off with bulging biceps. That's going to help me out as a devastator.
What page is this shit? Is that in the first founding? No, that's not. That's in core.
What is this? I need more description than that.
The thing that everybody's looking at right now.
Everybody's looking at different things.
Yeah. Like
The
on the
class
Talking about the
related shit
Becher's
that-
gland, which I mentioned about the spitting poison, that is on your character sheet, page 1.
We have multi-lungs.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. Murdoch.
Yes.
You may gain a skill or a skill group by devouring a portion of an enemy.
Yes.
Yep.
It's the ability the goblins always hoped they had.
Wait. We can eat a person and then gain their abilities for a short time?
No,
Just a little
no.
sampling of their flesh, that's all.
It doesn't say short time. It just says you gain.
No, it is
What
temporary.
is this ability?
Damn it. It's called homophagia.
Homophage in the Space Marine ability.
You have their abilities basically until your
You
body
may
processes
gain
the
a
bits you ate.
skill or skill group by devouring a portion of an enemy.
Like the actual book goes into more detail. There's just the shortened version on our character sheet.
Yes. The omophage, it lasts a number of hours equal to his intelligence bonus.
So I have a question.
7.
The Astrades Bolter, is it the Goodwin, Godwin?
Astartes Bolter, is it Goodwin? You have to give me more information than that for me to process and answer that question.
I figured it out.
Cool.
Most likely, no. I think you're talking about something different.
Heavy bolter.
Get out of my way, Ultramarines.
Fucking Ultramarines.
Rate
So-
of fire.
So everything that doesn't require training is automatically ticked as basic, correct?
Basic.
And things that basically anything that's not ticked as basic on this sheet actually has to be trained in order to be used.
Correct. If you
So
have the
trained
trained box ticked, that means you've been trained in it already.
And trained is the first purchasable skill rank of a thing.
Correct. It has to go in order. Trained plus 10 plus 20.
Yes. Okay, cool. I'm just making sure that I understand this skill progression correctly. And basic and trained don't offer any differing bonuses. It just means, hey, you can do a thing.
Correct.
And okay, yep, sweet.
What do you learn to train the weapons?
It depends on
We
what
haven't.
you're doing.
Space Marine talents and traits. Astartes weapon training. So anything, basically any bolt weapon is going to require Astartes weapon training, which is like a weapons group, like martial or simple or whatever.
But what if we wanted to?
We start off with that, Nate.
Yeah, we do. We already have that.
What if we want to use like meltas?
We have to purchase that through an upgrade. I think it's like exotic. It might be exotic. It might be a specific thing through your class.
It depends on the weapon, yeah.
General Space Marine advances. Astartes weapon specialization is expensive, 1,500, but a thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go through the Space Marine talents and what they mean, because you all have a certain list that you always have, which is on your character sheet. Ambidextrous, which is character may use each hand equally well for a task, does not suffer a -20 for using offhand. When combined with 2 weapon wielder feat, or talent rather, this penalty for making attacks with both weapons in the same turn drops to -10 instead of -30, I think it is. Astartes weapon training is another talent, which Battle Brothers of the Astartes, Adeptus Astartes, spend years becoming proficient with all manners of weapons. By the time a Battle Brother has entered service in a squad, he will not only have trained with both heavy and melee weapons, but use those weapons on countless battlefields. Battle Brother is proficient with bolt, chain, melta, plasma, power, flame, and primitive ranged and melee, las weapons, launchers, solid projectiles, thrown weapons of all classes. In essence, the only weapons that a Battle Brother is not proficient within are exotic weapons. For these, he must acquire individual proficiencies as normal. So that makes that very easy.
We can use melta-guns right now.
We can do.
Except for the renowned version part of it.
Do whatever the fuck we want.
You gotta, just not where you are.
You receive the equipment that I told you. There's no extra equipment that you get. That's what renown is used for.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Bulging biceps.
I know what it does. Off the top of my head, Chris.
Let's see here. Character can fire heavy weapons using the semi-auto burst or full auto burst without bracing. Does not suffer the -30 penalty for falling to brace.
Yeah. So I can just walk around with a giant-ass heavy weapon and shoot without worry.
Yep. You guys have heightened senses, hearing, and sight, which I believe gives you bonuses, but let's check. Heightened senses gives you +10 involving those senses. Easy enough. But only when it's to use that sense for something like sight to see, but not sight for ballistics. Next one is Killing Strike, which blah blah blah. When taking all-out attack action, a Space Marine may spend a fate point before rolling the die, and to make his melee attacks for that round impossible to parry or dodge. That will be very important for our melee guy.
Yep.
Okay. Nerves of Steel, which blah blah blah. Nerves of Steel. Character may re-roll failed willpower test to avoid or recover from pinning. Quick Draw, which is probably exactly what it sounds like. Character can ready as a free action when armed with a pistol or basic ranged weapon or melee weapon that can be wielded in one hand. Next
Damn
up,
it, I can't quick draw my my heavy bolter.
Next up is Resistance towards Psychic Powers. It gives you a +10 when resisting that group of powers. True Grit, which allows you to shrug off wounds that would fell lesser men. When you suffer a critical damage result, the result is halved, rounding up. So, for example, after reducing armor and toughness, the Scything Talon Strike still does damage, and unfortunately it has been... What is for? Okay, never mind. This example is weird, just because the way they phrased it. Unarmed Master, which allows you to punch shit and hard. Your unarmed combat does a D10 plus strength bonus and impact damage, and attacks no longer have the primitive quality for you guys. Just to give you a heads up, that's basically the equivalent of hitting somebody with a huge club in this game. Unnatural Strength times 2, which is...
It just doubles your strength modifier.
It doubles your strength modifier, and then Unnatural Toughness doubles your toughness bonus, but I'm looking for what it applies to. Where is it? Because it should only apply to certain things. Unnatural characteristic. Holy Christ. All right, cool. So, yeah, your toughness and your strength has been doubled. For the modifier only.
Yeah.
So if you have a modifier of 4 for your toughness, it is actually an 8. Same for your strength.
At all times?
At all times.
Wow.
Neat.
Question: what happens if it goes to 10?
Say again?
My modifier is going to be a 10.
Oh, then it's a 10.
Amazeballs?
The modifier gets added to things, and so it's a little less important than having your actual stat double.
Yeah.
And the good thing is if you were to, like, let's say, get an opposed strength check against someone who does not have a natural strength times 2, you get 2 degrees of success just right off the bat, plus whatever you roll.
So I have a question regarding the weapons table on page 146 of the Deathwatch core book.
You mean 145? Because the table's on 145.
The table's on 145, but in the book that I'm really looking at, it's 146.
Okay.
The damage says 2d10 plus 5x. Some of them say 2d10 plus 5e. Still others say I. What is that?
I is impact, E is energy, X is
Explosives.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so where do I find that information?
I'm looking for it at the moment.
It's on the no. That's
Okay. The page is
142.
because the PDF is off. 142 PDF page.
Yeah.
Under damage, it says that E is for energy, X is explosive, R is rendering, I is impact. There, it's bludgeoning, slashing, piercing damage essentially.
Yep. Okay, so explosive, and I should put that in its type.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that way I know what type of damage being done. Okay. Good enough. Thank you.
What page was that? 142?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. Found it.
Now to
But
add my
most of you
crack.
have a bolt pistol. The example would be for damage, you'd put in 2d10 plus 5, and then for type, you would put X or explosive.
Were we gonna go it all today or no?
No, not at this rate.
Yeah.
Because I'm feeling like
A woman?
feel like a woman. Ba, 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 da, 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 da.
It's going to be in your head forever now.
It's going to be in my head forever.
What I was gonna say is, I feel like we are good enough to start. For most of us are just kind of inputting little bullshit now.
I mean, I have not
You'll
done
have
the
to spend 1,000 experience.
Yeah, I'd spend all the experience and do that thing.
Which honestly is probably 2 to 3 abilities.
yeah.
Blah 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 blah. The crack grenade. D10 plus 4. Special rules. Blast one.
God damn, force weapons are awesome.
What are?
Yeah.
Force weapons. Like, not only do I get a passive buff equal to my psi rating just on all hits for both damage and penetration, if I can choose to make an opposed test against willpower whenever I hit an opponent, and for every degree of success, I do an extra 1d10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're just psychic channel melee weapons. They're amazing.
So that's weird. So I get trained advanced skill Medicaid, and then it tells me, oh, by the way, you can also buy Medicaid for 400 and just get the normal fucking skill. What?
Say you entered Deathwatch as something that wasn't a tech marine or wasn't an apothecary and became a tech marine or Deathwatch apothecary. You then have access to that shit for cheap.
Yes.
However, we are starting as the class that we're going in as, so I have the same thing. I have like 3 towns on there that I just get for free.
Yeah. Quick suggestion, always pick the cheaper one.
Do 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 do. Chem use. What is chem use for? I don't want it. I don't want it.
As a Devastator, I don't get anything to start off with except for just the specific abilities.
You get a heavy weapon. That's what you get.
Yes.
You get a massive gun.
Now the real problem is I have to choose one of my special abilities. And one is a solo mode ability, one is a squad mode ability. So Nate, the solo mode ability is when a Devastator Marine is wielding a heavy weapon and behind cover, he gains a sturdy trait and plus 10 bonus to all ballistic skill test. And for the squad mode, when firing a heavy weapon, the Devastator Marine inflicts 1 extra point of damage to a Horde's magnitude for every hit.
Horde's magnitude?
Yes.
Yes.
Horde. If using a weapon
You said Horde's magnitude. I was like, dude.
No.
Yeah.
If you're using a weapon with a blast quality, he instead inflicts a 1d5 extra point of damage to a Horde's magnitude after all other hits have been applied. I don't know which one I'm going to go with.
Just so everyone knows, we all have plus 20 strength.
Well, we're in our armor, yes.
Yeah.
Are we ever outside of our armor?
You might be. It's worth me
With
mentioning
separating.
there might be a time where eventually you're out of your armor, but it's not common.
So plus 20 on that.
So here's the fun
fuck.
part: because of your unnatural strength, the plus 20 goes to your actual ability score.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, Scott, what is your current
49.
ability score? 49?
Yep.
Okay. It becomes 69, and your modifier is now 12.
Yep. Strength is 12 on. So that's really, really, really good for you, Scott.
Yep. You guys are basically demigods.
Mm-hmm.
Tom, if you did not hear, you get a plus 20 to your strength score, which may change your modifier, which then gets doubled.
Where's the 20 coming from? Is that the power armor?
Power armor.
Yeah.
So, Chris, a quick question, because I don't know how this works. How does Horde Magnitude work? Because I didn't know if one of my abilities...
Horde Magnitude is kind of like Horde Health.
Yeah.
Essentially, when you deal greater magnitude, that means you're shooting more stuff at once, essentially.
You're really so that like wave of fucking shitty zombies coming after us. You're really good at just destroying that wave
Well,
of zombies.
I have to choose one or the other.
All right, I've spent all 1,000 experience. That was
that's
quick.
That's why I'm like this
Gonna
one,
help me?
Nate, because I'm trying to think about which one do I want the solo with.
Literally takes 2 seconds to spend it. I'm not even kidding. I bought
Things for 500.
I know would have sufficed. Okay.
I bought my
I usually buy characteristic advancements right at the beginning.
I bought my 200 to dodge, or plus 20 to dodge, because fuck you, dodge. Thank you, Piccolo. Tactics for the Tau. That was pretty expensive, too. And navigation on the surface, because I figured someone was going to fuck that up and no one was going to take it. So I took it to make sure we had it.
I need a name.
Bob.
Bob's Burgers. Now with lightning.
BAUBBE, Nate. Bob.
Boba.
Boba Fett.
I'm going with Gobnat. Yeah, it's a
That's a girl's
chick name. Yeah, it's a chick's name. Deal with it.
Okay, so I don't have to bother.
Battle Brother Gobnat.
Yes.
If I can't do anything twice, I could take another second card if I want. I'm gonna hold up with those now. I probably should take some more. Whoops. Yeah, I can take that. What's science? I should want to take that too. That's fine. I should take things. I gotta look up some stuff. Let's see. Oh, Lord. You are not in here. God damn it.
Ow!
Ow.
Good job.
Okay.
What the hell am I supposed to do? Is that a skill?
I found the Roman name of Bob.
Abacus.
Oh, it is. Science.
Here you go. You need to go with Brutus, Jeremy.
Why Brutus?
It means heavy.
Maybe, actually.
Let's see.
So what's the benefit to taking the characteristic advances?
So
I can
whenever
figure
you
that out, yeah.
roll anything,
Yeah.
essentially what happens is we look at the skill and we look at what ability governs that skill. So for example, let me pull the character sheet here.
It's probably important to ask what we start at, because I don't know if we start at simple or what.
What your characteristics on the sheet are is what you start at.
Characteristics.
So your strength score, your toughness score, those are what your characteristics are.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, here, let me bring you to the same page. I'm on 73 of the PDF. Starting skills. It shows Deathwatch, Assault Marine, characteristic advances. And then you've got like simple 200, intermediate, trained, expert.
Yes. So basically you start on simple and you work your way across. So if you've taken simple, the next one to take is trained.
Yeah,
and that tells you how much
No, the
experience
next one
you're
to take is intermediate.
Yeah.
Sorry, intermediate. But that tells you how much experience you're spending to increase it by 5.
Oh, it's by 5. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah,
And
that's
that
what I
one
was trying to figure out.
characteristic ability by 5. But the important part is how you guys do things. So for example, if you need to make an acrobatics check, it is governed by agility. You would try to roll underneath your agility score. Since it is not a basic skill, you get half of your agility score. If it's a basic skill, that means anyone can roll on it and it's fine. That will be a full agility score. Trained means the same as full ability score, but it's for stuff that is not considered a basic.
Okay.
Hold on. That doesn't seem right because there's stuff that has basic checked. It's been a while since I looked at this because I was trying to get the chapter creation stuff done.
Mm-hmm.
I want candy.
Yes.
Tom's a librarian.
Gotcha.
Right.
Yep.
Stormbreaker, the librarian.
Mm.
Your name is Stormbreaker?
Well,
Nickname.
It's his nickname.
yeah.
Okay. So a character may not possess basic skills, but still can make basic skill tests, or using those skills make skill tests. If you do not have the basic skill trained, you get half of your characteristic rounded down. If you have it trained, you get your characteristic. If it's plus 10, it's the characteristic plus 10. If it's plus 20, it's characteristic plus 20. So, for example, the acrobatics using agility. Or sorry, not acrobatics, because that's not a trained skill. So, or not a basic skill. So let me pull a basic skill so it makes the most sense. And Wright's Battle, not the correct book. So, for example, let's say Intimidate. It uses strength. My strength is a 50 for ease of math. If I do not have it trained, it's just a basic skill, so I would roll 25 or under. If I have it trained, 50 or under. Plus 10, 60. Plus 20, 70. The further under I get, that counts as degrees of success. The way to imagine this is essentially like there's a bullseye, let's say. And if you roll the target number, that means you shot the paper that is the bullseye.
Mm-hmm.
But if you get 1 success, that means you made the outside ring. 2 successes means the second ring. 3 successes means the center ring.
Okay.
It basically means the better you did at the thing.
Okay. Gotcha.
Occasionally, it may be important for me to ask you for your degrees of failure as well, which be how much over the number you made.
Mm.
So in the example of shooting a target piece of paper, instead of shooting the paper because you got 1 degree of failure, you shot wildly into the crowd that was watching. 2 degrees, you shot some dude in the crowd. 3 degrees, you shot him between the eyes.
Good job. Which, by the way, is hilarious any way you think about it. That you shot somebody in the crowd whilst watching darts. Good job, asshole.
Directly in the forehead.
Yeah, that dude was just destined to fucking die.
Yep.
I mean, to be fair, if you shoot anything between the eyes with a bolter round, there is no head when it's done.
Since it's an explosive gun.
Yes.
So I will let you guys spend experience, but been going for quite a while here. Would you like to start tonight? Because we can't.
No, I gotta get to bed.
Nate needs to quit being a bitch.
We've been on literally 5 hours.
Yeah.
And
So
That's just character creation. We haven't done anything.
exactly.
Nate,
What I'm getting at is, if we actually start stuff, then yeah.
Yeah, we only got an hour. I mean, we could get established.
I'm still going through my stuff, so.
What?
Okay.
Nate, when we get off, I need to talk to, or when we go not live, I need to talk with you again.
I need to go to bed.
Okay. I said when we go not live, I would need to talk to you.
Okay. That's going to be very soon for me.
Okay. So in that case, we will do our first session later on.
So I can't see your sheets, so I don't know how far along you are.
I am
I'll
done,
give you a
Chris.
checklist, Scott. You let me know if you're missing anything.
Do you want me to just send you what I've got so far? I can do that.
That's fine.
What was the
Actually, just share screen.
What was the advancement table that we chose for our chapter?
The chapter advancement table was
No respect for enemy.
no respite for enemy.
No, it's the no enemy advance one.
Yeah, no,
No respite for the enemy advances.
advance was just, it's an advance table.
Except that
We took off the
three
2 weapons.
400s. The 3 400s are changed for the ones in honor thy war gear.
Nope.
All right.
Took off the 2 weapon stuff, and we replaced it with exotic weapon tray twice.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Screen is shared.
Cool.
All right.
So tell me when to scroll down.
Okay. Personal demeanor. That is inside the core rulebook.
What
All right,
the
who
fuck was that?
died?
Don't mind me. Just very late fireworks going off.
In your apartment?
It's been a
Pretty
week.
close to. like the-
Jesus.
Like the building next door.
Oh, so I've got to roll for that, huh?
Go yell and tell them to stop being fucking stupid.
Okay, so that would be Gregarious.
What, your name?
It's a
You don't
word.
you have to roll for your name.
No, for demeanor.
God, I'm giving you shit.
I'm too tired for you to get. Well, actually, that's
There
the
it goes.
perfect time to give me shit when I'm tired.
Okay. Okay, good. You already found personal demeanors.
Yeah, once you told me which book, it was fine.
All right.
Okay, so that's in there. Gregarious.
Okay. Scroll on down.
Come on down.
No.
Keep
So
scrolling.
I get the pilot automatically because I'm assault. I read that in my skills, so I put the trained in there.
Okay.
I haven't edited anything else in there. I've got my wounds, movement, fate.
You were an assault marine, so let me pull up assault marines here.
Sure.
Let's see. You gain pilot personal as a trained skill.
Pilot personal.
Yep. And that's going to be the one that has a train checkbox next to it. Not the big
So that's actually that.
Yep.
Okay.
Hmm.
Which can somebody check if pilot basic is automatic?
Basic.
Yeah.
Should I spend all my experience on a psychic power?
Yes.
The answer is always yes.
Pilot basic pilot is not a basic.
All right.
I spent almost all of
Anytime
my
that you
experience on
train in
it.
something that is not a basic, do not check the basic box. Because it means something else once it's checked.
We're good. I changed it.
Okay.
Okay.
You get your choice of special abilities, which is Wings of Angels or Wrathful Descent.
I have Wrathful Descent written down here.
Okay.
In my
So making a
notes.
charge against a horde, the assault marine may inflict an additional 10 damage to the horde's magnitude after succeeding on melee attack.
Squad only.
Okay. Yes, that is a squad mode ability.
I should scroll down here.
Wonder Twins power activate.
All right. That's all good. Scroll down. Well, sorry. Your body, hold on. Tom, you said it was 6 to everything, but body was 8?
No, it's 10 to head. Everything else is 8.
10
Or
to body.
10 to body. Everything else is
Okay.
8.
Yep, exactly.
Anything for the type section?
Don't worry about it. Okay.
I just wrote these in as descriptions.
Okay.
I know I'm gonna have to
You may
take
want
them
to have
away
a separate
eventually.
sheet of paper with your descriptions.
Yeah, I'm planning on it.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a page 3 on the PDF later.
The best thing that I can say to do is you can only take rank 1 stuff right now from Assault Marine. Your rank 1 Space Marine options, and then your chapter options. Those are all things that you could spend your 1,000 experience on. Also, you could improve a characteristic if you wanted to.
Okay, so I have to figure out where that stuff is.
So the improved characteristics and your Assault Marine chart are on page 73 of the core book.
Yep.
The core Space Marine stuff, if I remember right, was like 60 something.
Yep.
60.
General Space Marine advances.
You could pick any of those things.
Yep.
But you can only spend up to 1,000 in total. If you
Yeah.
spend less than 1,000, that's fine. That's just experience that you will keep as unspent when it's all done.
Now we've got like plus to dodge or something like that from our stuff. So
Correct.
Dodge.
exactly, dodge. So,
I will give you a bonus to a helpful dodge hint. Choose it from the chapter one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got dodge plus 20 already from the chapter 1.
Yeah, the chapter one's way cheaper.
Yes. Which,
Also, I was lucky. Mighty Shot, which is on my Devastator thing, was cheap. Was 100 experience cheaper on the chapter one. I was happy with that.
What does Mighty Shot give you?
+2 to damage to range damage.
Nice.
That's all it is. It's just straight +2 damage. So right now, my my heavy weapon is doing 2d10 + 12.
Tom, by the way, I can get rid of corruption.
Woo! You're gonna need that.
I mean, don't go buck wild.
Throwing out spells left and right now.
I still say don't go buck wild, but you can if it comes down to it.
Speaking of which, I spent all of my experience points on a spell from the Salamander chapter. So,
Ooh, which one?
Sounds fair.
the salamander.
yes. However, I'm gonna call it Wrath of the Storm Dragon.
Okay.
Yes.
I basically conjure a storm dragon of psychic energy and shoot it at people.
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
Wait, where did you get the dodge? I don't see that in there.
Dodge.
Rites of Battle,
Oh yeah, rights of battle. Okay.
page 42.
To get Do you already have the dodge skill?
got level one.
All Marines start off with dodge skill.
I wonder why it's even on the
That's
chart.
trained?
Yeah, you start off with basic, not trained.
Yeah, you need
Okay.
trained before I can get
So
10
it
and
would
20.
cost you 500 experience to go to dodge plus 20,
Yes, it did.
Exactly.
which is stupidly cheap.
Doing that.
exactly,
Where did
yes.
my character sheet go?
Yes, it is.
That means you have 500 experience left.
Dodge plus 20, which would put me at what on this thing?
Fill
This
in
one?
all of the boxes.
Yeah.
I didn't get to dodge plus 20. I'm at dodge plus 10.
And then that's 500 more experience spent. So now you're at 12,500.
Yep.
And
And
you have
500
500 left.
I have 100 experience points left.
You can take tactics, any.
Yeah.
I took Tactics Tau.
Yeah, I feel like that's gonna be the thing. Because I mean, what else can I take? I've looked
Tactics
around.
orc and use orc tactics against the Tau.
That's pretty fucking ingenious.
You know what? It sounds
I
about
don't
something.
need
That sounds
tactics
about
to
something
do
a
that,
guy,
right?
a guy with a giant bolter and named Brutus would do.
That, to be fair, orc tactics are we need more people to throw at them.
And more Daka.
Orc tactics are keep walking forward.
I'm doing orc tactic. It's happening now.
Deca.
Kill them them Tau.
God damn it, Brutus is an orc, isn't he?
Hold on. Do they?
We need more DACA.
The other 500 experience you can use on, like I said, your core general Space Marine advances, or you can go with like your Assault Marine advances. The general Space Marine stuff looks like, for the most part, it's skill related. However, there are some talents inside there, I think. Yeah.
We need all of the DACA. More DACA.
Like you could take signature war gear.
Signature warrior.
That's from General Space Marine.
Yeah, I see it. I just don't know what it is. I gotta look it up. Hold on. Signature warrior.
I was considering that, Chris, but the signature war gear I want costs 35.
What is it?
I wanted to get a signature a heavy melta gun.
How does a Devastator Marine use that?
Because it's a heavy weapon.
You haul it around and you melt shit that's in your path.
Actually, there was one other weapon I was really considering, but you have to. It's a heavy weapon. It's only a heavy weapon. It's literally single shot heavy weapon. The plasma cannon. You literally shoot out balls of. It literally says you shoot out miniature suns.
Yeah.
That's the wording it uses. It's great.
I think I'm gonna get a weapon as well. I'm just trying to get to it. 138. So requisition 20.
So, yeah, that's one thing. How do we develop requisition again? I must have missed that.
It's through gaining rank.
Okay.
Essentially, as you guys gain rank with your chapter, or reputation rather, that reputation will get you requisition points. And then at the beginning of the mission, when I brief you guys and I say, hey, this is what your fucking mission is, blow up some shitholes, you use that requisition as a group piggy bank to buy shit. To take on.
Blow up some shitholes.
Okay,
Yep.
so I figured out what it is.
Guys, I need 30 requisition
Why?
so I can get the omniscient axe.
Yeah, you see what I mean, Nate? You see what I mean? I need 35 to get the shit I want.
Mine's a Tech Marine battle axe. Pretty great. I think it's a nasty too.
Function as a tool as well.
I'm actually going to read it now. Carried by Tech Marines to show their devotion to the Omnissiah, this weapon has a long staff-like body tipped at the half of a circular Adeptus Mechanicus skull and cog. The symbol forms a blade and is blah blah blah, power fields, blah blah blah, arcs of energy, blah blah blah, skulls, blah blah blah.
I was gonna say, are you done blah blah blahing?
Like blah blah blah, power weapon of ultimate doom, blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah. Oh, the omniscient axe also functions as a combi tool. So yes, it does.
There we go.
I need the shit out of that.
Once you requisition it, is it just yours? Period.
If it's a requisition for a mission, no, you turn in things that are left over from your mission back. However, if you have like signature war gear and you get to keep it, that's yours.
See, I need to get the signature war gear
basically
master.
It's always rented out to you as far as signature war gear is considered.
Because I want that, our Melta Bolter storm thing.
I was
Yeah.
going to say,
You need
with a
signature war
20, you
gear.
can get a storm bolter though,
Yeah.
which is basically a double barrel heavy machine gun that fires grenades at people.
Always hilarious when you hear it out loud.
Yep.
I want a goddamn thunder warmer.
Thunder warmer?
No, thunder hammer. Sorry, I'm slurring my words.
That's cool. I was trying
Um,
to figure out where this.
Stop being racist, yo.
I like Thunder Warmer.
That's what I'm saying. I want to know where this shit is.
I need a Thunder Warmer now.
which I need 34, so
You guys keep going after like the big ass shit. There's like a lot of stuff that you could get, like a power sword, which is actually pretty respectable,
no, that was the other one that I'm looking at for this.
and power axes.
To be fair, Chris, I only was trying to just get a melta gun. That's all it was.
I also want a Melta gun.
Yeah. I also want to melt the gun.
Fuck Melta guns.
I'll get there eventually. Right now, I have my force sword, which is pretty damn cool.
Keep in mind though, you can get something that's cheaper and then add modifications to it, so long as it's a total of 20. So if you wanted, you could get like a chain sword,
Which I've
is only
got.
5, and then spend 15 requisition on accessory bullshits.
There's accessory bullshits? Nice. I'm going to have
Yep.
to look at those now.
But we can't get any accessory
Weapon,
bullshit
it's
right
weapon
now.
upgrades is what it is.
We can't? Why not?
Murdoch, what did you say?
We can't get accessory bullshits right now.
Yes, if he takes signature war gear,
He can, yes.
No, none of those.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I've already got everything I could. Dodge up to +10.
Oh yeah, you could do Astartes melee attachment chain, which basically turns your bolter into the lancer.
Gotcha.
It's a chain bayonet. Enjoy.
Yeah, it's a Lancer.
Yeah, that's kind of funny, actually.
Is it melee? Yes. Can you put a chain on it? Yes. You can.
I'm going
do
with the power axe. So,
Isn't chain
So,
a better? Chain,
Signature
isn't
war
chain
gear
better?
was 500, if I remember right.
Yes. Super expensive.
Yep.
So that is all 1,300 of your experience, but you also have a power axe now. That is yours forever, and nobody has to spend requisition to get you a power axe.
Hold on. 1,300 experience.
you know, it's probably not a great idea to get a weapon since I've already got a pretty decent one. I'm pretty sure. Hold on. You know what? It's not worth it to begin with. Never mind.
Chris, what do you mean by 1,300 experience?
It would move his total spent experience to 13,000. Sorry, that's
Okay,
what I meant.
let's say like.
They should let you put a silencer on the chain swords.
We can call it extremely good lube.
All you hear is a gentle.
Runs
With the gentle hum of a
even
motor.
after the gore of enemies.
It would almost be soothing if it wasn't for the horrible, horrible evisceration.
Evisceration.
Say horrible.
Say horrible. We say amazing.
Oh, you could buy special ammunition.
You cannot with signature war gear.
Oh, damn.
Select
gonna
one
say-
item from the armory, excluding unusual ammunition with a rec of 20 or less.
Oh, I've got one
Rec
actually.
one that may include upgrades or craftsmanship modifiers.
Too bad, because you
So-
could have got 4 Kraken rounds.
Does anybody speak Tau? Tau don't speak English, right?
They do,
probably
in addition to their own language.
Okay,
It's called Gothic. All right, get it right.
right. I'm thinking I'll speak Gothic, and then I'll also get something else for a skill. I'm thinking of doing that.
You speak Gothic.
I will speak Gothic. Which would bump me up to basic, right? Not trained.
Basic is down from trained.
Never the top thing.
Okay, so I've
What
got
are
200
you
into
trying to
that.
spend?
I'm spending 200 on speak language any, which is general marine advanced rank 1. It's
So you're gonna take
200.
that.
So I'm taking that for Tau.
You see that space underneath low Gothic? Put Tau.
We already have low and high Gothic at trained.
Nope, the
Because
space
we're
under
human.
low Gothic. Yep. Okay. Then the second box. Nope. Not the first box. There you go.
Okay, and then
As a side note, there is war gear in other books, like Rites of Battle, for example. Like the Astartes assault shotgun.
assault shotgun. How much is it?
I will have to find the answer to that question.
It's-
There's also an Astartes executioner axe.
that was in the first found.
No, rest
First-
of battle.
It's Rites of Battle.
Rites of Battle.
Executioner's axe,
No.
power falchion, power claymore, power spear. There's a lot of options here. Here we go.
Butt plugs.
Oh shit!
The shotgun has a requisition of 7. And you can get accessories for that. Because there's a lot of ranged accessories, actually. It's not like melee that only gets like one option.
All right,
Well,
I found my new weapon.
I'm going for that instead. Never mind. Took away the Tau.
You want to take a Astartes Weber and shoot webs at your enemies?
Spider-Man. Spider-Man.
Does whatever a Spider-Man does.
Actually, I think I found the one that Jeremy wants. It has an even higher requisition.
Oh, is it the 65 one?
Uh,
Firestorm multi-melta?
no, that's the weight 65. It is a.
No,
oh, wait.
that's
You
that's
said a Firestorm Melta? No. I didn't know that.
Firestorm multi-melta. 65 requisition.
What? Holy shit!
I
Its
guess-
renown is
I guess you were looking at the atomizer cannon.
I was looking at the graviton cannon at the bottom.
All of the
And the
above.
exotic weapons. Its damage is special.
Or if I really, really wanted to, like, be a sniper, there's the Mark 9 Ultra Pattern Sharpshooter's Rifle. But hold on, which one? The Deathwatch Graviton Cannon? I got it.
Jeremy, I like the seismic escalation detonator.
They're all.
They all
Only
have
because
those
I don't know what an escalation detonator is.
Okay, Deathwatch Graviton Cannon. Yet another field experiment, expedient modification made to an existing weapon by the Tech Marines of the Watch Station area. The Deathwatch Graviton Cannon is a higher output and decidedly more deadly version of the more common Graviton gun. Where the common Graviton gun has about one setting that affects the gravity in a sizable area, the Deathwatch version can also focus its energy into continuous tight beam of incredibly dense gravity waves. When fired as a continuous focused beam, the Graviton gun can pin one target up to an enormous size. Oh my god. On a successful attack, the target
Holy
must
shit.
make an arduous -40 strength test or be knocked down and pinned, which deals 1d10 points of impact damage. Once pinned, the target takes a further 1d10 points of impact damage that ignores armor every round until the target escapes the beam or is crushed to death. When used in this mode, the graviton gun can maintain the gravity beam for 2d10 rounds until it runs out of energy and needs reloading. When used on its broad setting, everything caught in its area effect. Oh my god, I can't even go because it's just ridiculous. You're literally shooting heavy
it's a
gravity
crowd
at people.
control gun.
Yes. Oh, Nate, your seismic escalation detonator.
Yeah, I'm reading it now.
Okay. Nate, you need the one below that. Just read it. Just read the
The
name.
Texture System gun. I'm reading that one. I'm reading that one next. Fucking Texture System.
Really effective against high technology Xenos races like the Tau.
All right, so here's the idea I want to throw at you: the shotgun plus the Ignis rounds, which is sticky, viscous chemical that bursts into flame, changes it into an energy style.
Hold on. You said rounds.
Ignis rounds.
They're rounds. They're
Page 140 of rights.
If you're looking for it through the talent, you can't take rounds.
You can't take rounds. That's what I'm getting at.
Can't take special ammunition. You can only take weapon modifications.
Correct.
Or whatever modifications.
Where's the weapons then?
They are in the core rulebook. Weapon upgrades is what they're called. Core rulebook has them starting on page 156.
Yep.
Rights may have some. I'm just not looking at them at the moment.
So, Jeremy, you realize what a Texture System gun is, right?
It attacks the machine here. It's like an asshole.
It's just an ion gun.
Nate,
It's literally what it is.
Nate, read the atomizer gun. Just read it out loud. Trust me.
Oh, we couldn't play because people were really tired.
Yeah, I'm waiting to go to bed because you said you wanted to talk.
144.
Otherwise, I would have pieced out already.
144 is the weapon upgrades for Rights Battle. It includes a tripod and a Vox-operated weapon. You can make Vox-operated weapons, so you could stage a gun in a corner and have it triggered by a power word.
Oh my god, there's power spears.
Yes. I'm kind of surprised that those weren't in the core, to be honest.
Hmm.
Do any of the other books have?
All right, I got it. So can I get the mag lock on there?
Yes.
All right, we'll do that. Just for the sake of posterity. But I'm pretty sure that would be okay with me anyway, so. It gives me quick draw, basically.
Okay. Does it say what happens if you already have quick draw?
Oh, I
you
have it
don't have
already?
quick draw.
He may draw his weapon as a part of a parry, allowing him to go from unarmed to deflecting in a blink of an eye.
There you go.
That actually works really well for melee.
Yes, but you can't parry with a gun. Keep that in mind. Because that would be using a gun to block a sword. It doesn't work that way.
No, because the upgrade section, it says any pistol or basic ranged weapon or any melee weapon. So that would still not count because melee only.
You can't parry with a ranged weapon.
Okay.
I believe there's an upgrade you can do which would reinforce a weapon so that you can parry with a ranged weapon, but by
Okay,
default,
well,
you cannot.
in that case, I probably can't do that entire section because that's two different parts. So, all right.
All right, I'm just about done. I'm gonna head to bed, guys.
All right,
Me.
Good night.
I guess I'll peace out too.
Okay.
Yay.
Thanks for having us on the. Are we still streaming?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for having us on the thing.
What time next week?
Depending upon what my plans are. I think next week I'm already occupied.
Okay. Later, guys.
Later.
I don't really see any other attachments I can put on that.
I mean, you don't have to spend all 20.
Yeah. Just trying to get my money's worth, that's all.
You don't have to do it either. So
Yeah, I know.
if you don't see anything that's like, yeah, I definitely want that, then
I can put a red dot. About it. Any pistol or basic ranged weapon of the following type. LAS solid projectile, which is what I've got. So it's a plus 10 bonus to ballistic test when weapon is fired on single shot, which is the style of shot of a shotgun. Does that work for you?
say again.
Red dot laser sight. Page 157. This is a laser sight that grants plus 10 bonus to.
Yeah.
Here.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, on a personal note, I'm not sure why they allowed laser sight to a shotgun, but okay.
Because reasons.
And because it's technically arranged, but
Yes.
I agree it's kind of weird. Yeah, I'll do that. All right. That's good for now.
All right.
Good times.
Oh, if you do the first founding book, that apparently is where the traitor legions are.
Also, the first founding book has specific chapter-based armory stuff.
Yes.
Like there's
Plus
a
they don't have
specific.
salamanders.
No, there's a salamander heavy weapon.
Hey,
Searcher's breath. Heavy. It's a heavy melta gun.
Hey, Jeremy. By the
Yeah.
way, if you look on my screen, that's our Wi-Fi
Sorry, I
password
didn't
when you
mean
come
to.
here.
I will find out when I go over there.
It's
did
Mulan
not mean-
dipping sauce.
I did not mean to say that.
You know, people are recording this, right?
Doesn't matter. Nobody's gonna find this place. Besides, it's a Wi-Fi password. I can take it off.
What's up, Chris?
Yes. What I was going to say is in chapters due, they actually have like special, like advanced charts that you can use. Like if you want to be a blood angel's blood priest,
Yeah.
that's inside there, but they don't have a special one for salamanders, unfortunately.
Salamanders don't need one. We are the special salamander one.
By the way, what is your Twitch? Because I thought before that it was Unmanned Gaming or something like that.
Nope, it's Drop Dice. But
Fine, drop
I'm not
dice.
currently streaming to Twitch. We're just doing directly to YouTube. Twitch is kind of a pain in the balls sometimes. So sometimes it's just easier to be like, fuck it, I'm going to YouTube for this game. But usually once I make a choice, I'm stuck. I stay with it. So
It's all good. All right.
Due to the amount of like nonsense that goes into CPU usage for Twitch, I may not be doing Twitch for this one.
Okay. Did we have anybody watching today?
Yeah, a few people.
Nice.
Yeah, some people. There's a couple. I knew there was a couple of people from the Absolute Tabletop group said that they were on it to watch.
Yep. I will be turning off the broadcast, however, because we are all finished up. So for anybody who's stuck around or watched this through just to kind of get an idea of building characters and chapters, thanks for everybody tuning in. And as always, I'll see you at the gaming table.
See ya.